Chapter 441. Bright red blood sprayed endlessly in the air. In the fast sprint and tight space, Li Shixing could not stop the blood from spraying on his robes. Many young talents in Changling felt that Li Shixing was a monster after returning to Changling because he still wore thick fur robes after returning to Changling. Yet those young talents did not know that this was an instinct formed in blood. When Changling just entered autumn, it was winter outside the pass. In another half a month, it would be the first snowfall of the past. In a year, this place would be very cold for more than half of the year. Even more importantly, when blood soaked the robes would be even colder and more uncomfortable. The rough but thick fur robes could not just resist the cold, but even more importantly, they could not allow the blood that sprayed on the body to seep into the robes. The sticky blood flowed down Li Shixing's robes like syrup. Even though he was so used to it, it was like an instinct. He could not help but feel disgust whenever he faced such a moment. He did not deliberately suppress and forget this feeling because if he became numb to killing, he would become numb to many things. Other than the three at the front, the rest of the Wuji scout troop had fallen off their horses. The most threatening cultivator had been killed by his sword. Now, no one could escape more than 300 feet. This was no different from what he had expected at the start. Yet the corners of his mouth started to tremble. His cold and determined eyes were filled with shock. He felt the ground tremble. He accurately stabbed his sword into the heart of a Wuji soldier charging from behind him. When the blood sprayed from the soldier's heart onto his back, he did his best to raise his head and look into the distance. A new horizon appeared in the world that was about to be completely dark. An unnatural gust of wind blew across the wasteland, causing the withered grass to sway like waves of wheat. When Li Shixing looked up, Hu Jingjing's breathing stopped again. That was a cavalry army that was still in a horizontal line and sweeping over like a wave. She could not see the end of the army on both sides. This was the majority of the cavalry army. Her breathing stopped, but her heart was rapidly contracting, sending blood surging into every part of her body. Her mind was already rumbling along with the sound of horse hooves in the wind. Theoretically, there should be two groups of scouts in front of this cavalry army. This was not from Li Shixing's experience and conjecture, but from his investigation. Based on normal speed, the majority of the cavalry army would only arrive when it was completely dark. There were countless possibilities why the majority of the cavalry army had come early, but Li Shixing knew that he and Hu Jingjing did not have the time to consider these possibilities. When the Wuji cavalry drew into a line, they could quickly change their formation and fire arrows at the same time from both sides. This was an unbridled demonstration when they had the advantage. The charge of this formation could easily form a cylindrical encirclement. Even a Realm 7 cultivator trapped in the center of 3,000 cavalry could not survive, much less cultivators like him and Hu Jingjing. He had to make a choice immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that Hu Jingjing had made her choice earlier than him. Not far behind him, behind the three Wuji cavalry, countless withered grass suddenly lit up dreamily. Looking at the grass that lit up like jewels and gave off beautiful yellow light, Li Shixing's body froze. He did not understand what Hu Jingjing was doing. The yellow light spread across the plains. In the middle of the 3,000 Wuji cavalry, there was a rider who was small and thin compared to the other riders. Yet he carried 5 curved blades on his back. The hilts of the blades were blood-colored and rippled with primal energies of the universe. There were 4 knights on either side of him. They did not carry any weapons on their backs. Instead, they carried huge copper shields. This rider also wore a mask made directly from the skull of a tiger. Even the fangs had not been pulled out of the skull. The fiendish energy was astounding. He also saw the yellow crystal light shining on the grassland. The depths of his eyes were immediately filled with a confused light. He released a simple syllable from his throat. The entire cavalry army that was originally running wildly suddenly slowed down along with the horse he sat on. The yellow light on the tips of the grass grew thicker and finally came out in threads. A powerful and profound aura formed between these shining blades of grass. In the perception of cultivators, it was as if there was an enormous and invisible mirror erected between these blades of grass. Hiss! As the grass swayed, A glowing yellow sword light crossed the distance exceeding the limits of flying swords and cut through the 3 Wuji riders. The 3 riders were cut at the waist and blood sprayed. "What do you want to do?" Li Shixing came in front of Hu Jingjing. The reason he could quickly face Hu Jingjing was not just because he was moving through the grass like a wolf, but also because Hu Jingjing was quickly approaching him. The yellow light on the tips of the grass had not faded. Hu Jingjing's powerful sword essence had not dissipated and caused the fragile leaves around her to break. 2 more attacks. Hu Jingjing looked at Li Shixing covered in blood and panted. "I want to gamble." Li Shixing looked at the light flashing in her eyes and understood her meaning. He grew silent. She even used such an extravagant sword strike to deal with 3 ordinary knights. She wanted to let the army on the other side feel that there were many cultivators like her here. Putting aside the fact that the 2 of us might not be able to escape, even if the 2 of us can escape from this cavalry army will still find the remnants of my troops and kill them all. Hu Jingjing knew he understood. She took a deep breath and said, "This is my choice. You can leave first." Li Shixing glanced at her. He always looked at people like a wolf on the grasslands. At this time, there was some habitual coldness. But he did not give a reason and simply said, "I will gamble with you." After saying this, he pulled out another sword. It was a small sword that was tied to his leg. This sword was pure black without any reflection, just like the purest night. Hu Jingjing was inexplicably moved. With this action, she knew what she should do now. She attacked. She gritted her teeth and made the vital energy in her body flow furiously again. The wild vital energy charged through her meridians, causing many cracks to appear on her meridians that had reached their limits. Blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Blood mist started to squeeze out of her pores. The yellow jade sword in her hand flowed with a crystalline light, summoning the surrounding chi of heaven and earth and injecting it into the stems of the weeds. Then, the stems of the weeds were like even more small swords. The channels and meridians in the roots that usually absorbed nutrients also began to absorb chi of heaven and earth, and then blossomed from the tips of the weeds. Li Shixing attacked. A black sword light appeared in front of Hu Jingjing. Then, like an arrow, it was bounced away by an invisible power in the grasslands. Its speed was many times faster than any arrow in the world. When the black sword light landed, it turned into many black threads that were hard to see with the naked eye, like black cow hair. Hu Jingjing felt the sword intent, and her eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. This is the black hair wind sword essence of Celestial Iron Sword School. Li Shixing did not look at her but seemed to guess her thoughts. He said coldly, "Before I was expelled from Changling, I was the youngest student in the history of Celestial Iron Sword School." A furious howl exploded in the last light of dusk. Among the 3,000 riders, the rider with the tiger skull mask stretched his hands forward as if he was praying. The 5 scimitars on his back flew up like flying swords, instantly turning into 5 blood moons, emitting a dazzling red light. These 5 blood moons flew out rapidly and blocked most of the falling black sword threads. Pew 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 pew, the remaining black sword threads fell, bringing out plumes of bloody mist. Dozens of riders fell to the ground along with their horses. When the black sword threads pierced their bodies, there was only an extremely small wound. Even they themselves did not feel any pain. However, in the next moment, the wounds in the depths of their bodies grew larger and larger. There is one more attack. Li Shixing looked at Hu Jingjing, who was still bleeding from the corner of her mouth, took a deep breath and said. Hu Jingjing coughed. With her cultivation, to be able to use the secret sword of Treasure Light Temple required her vital energy to reach the limit. Yet if she wanted the other to believe that there were many powerful cultivators here, she had to do as Li Shixing said, and make each attack different. Every sword strike was different. For her, the only thing she could do now was to make every sword strike stronger. When one made a choice, they would be nervous before they made it. But if they had no choice, they would become relaxed. She was like this right now. Therefore, as she coughed incessantly, she did not hold back at all as she pushed all the true origin in her body into her meridians in an instant. A string of explosions sounded inside her body. The sword in her hand was so bright it seemed to turn into light. The yellow light that gushed out from the tip of the grass was also extremely moist, as if oil was about to seep out from it. Li Shixing put down the sword in his hand. Waves of mysterious sword essence gushed out from his body at the same time. Hu Jingjing's eyes widened. She felt as if there was an invisible wall in the sky. Chapter 442. In the next moment, Hu Jingjing sprayed blood from her mouth. She felt as though she was going to vomit all the blood in her body. The invisible wall in the sky was already falling toward the cavalry. The cultivator wearing the tiger skull mask among the 3,000 cavalry roared out in shock and fury. The 5 blood moons circling about his body flew upwards, smashing fiercely into the invisible wall that was descending from above. The invisible wall broke apart, turning into a wild wind and sharp sword energy. There seemed to be countless enormous transparent swords in the sky charging towards the ground. The 5 blood moons only bought some time for the cavalry. Under this tiger skull-masked cultivator's furious roar, this cavalry army completely entered a state of chaos, rapidly retreating in chaos. The scattered transparent swords fell into the scattered cavalry and immediately created large amounts of blood. In reality, these blades had only killed 20 or so soldiers. Most of the casualties were the horses that couldn't dodge in time. When they realized that they couldn't block this kind of power, the riders on the horses immediately dismounted. However, the chaotic scene that was created was exceptionally ghastly. City guarding sword. Hu Jingjing felt she was about to die, yet she, who was even more shocked than the Wuji soldiers, still managed to find the strength to shout out of nowhere. Then she fell forward to the ground. The moment before she fainted, she was still thinking that this was Mo Shouqing's sword essence. In her knowledge, Huang Jinwei was the heir of the old man who had forced her master to death. But why had such a sword essence not appeared in Huang Jinwei's hands, but in Li Shixing's? Li Shixing did not care about her questions and feelings. He quickly shoved a pill into her mouth, and then with a rough slap, forced the pill down her throat into her stomach. His attention remained fixed on the disorderly cavalry. The cavalry were trying to control the formation, but did not dare to advance. He knew that Hu Jingjing, this Changling young woman who had not listened to his orders, had won the gamble this time. He took a deep breath, reached out, and put Hu Jingjing on his back. He passed through the grass for a moment, and then his fingers dug into the soil to pull out another copper wire. The lower end of the copper wire was connected to more copper wires. As he exerted force, these copper wires that were not laid out in a straight line started to move. Dozens of wave-like lines appeared in the grass around him, as though many cultivators were quickly moving through the plains. Then, he also retreated. This time, he did not deliberately hide his figure. This was because he knew that the best puzzle was a mixture of truth and falsehood. Only when the enemy's attention was attracted by some real scenes would they overlook some rigid traces. The 3,000 cavalrymen retreated 500 feet and regained their footing. Looking at the waves of grass in the wilderness ahead, especially the wave of dust Li Shixing left behind when he retreated, the cultivator wearing the tiger skull mask, who was clearly the highest commander of this cavalry, was silent for a moment. Then he gave off some indescribable sounds. Several riders beside him spoke at the same time, as if they wanted to object. However, they were met with even more severe reprimands. No one around him dared to make a sound. The 3,000 cavalry began to retreat, disappearing into the darkness behind them. The general dismounted as well. His warhorse was taken with the cavalry as they retreated. When the hooves almost disappeared, a curved blade on the general's back flew up like a blood moon. This curved blade rose higher and higher. After many breaths, the sound of dry grass snapping came from behind the general, and then quickly came to his side. An enormous wolf appeared next to him. This was a huge green wolf that was much larger than an ordinary wild wolf. There was a saddle on the enormous wolf's back, and even some food and thick blankets tied up. The general patted the enormous wolf's head and then sat on the saddle. The medicinal power acted up in Hu Jingjing's stomach. The wild medicinal power charged into her meridians. It could not quickly regenerate the damaged parts of her meridians, but it went deep into her bones and stimulated her blood to produce large amounts of energy. The pain of rebirth caused Hu Jingjing to quickly wake up. Then she vomited blood again. It is best if you do not look up. Otherwise, any blade of grass can blind your eyes. Just as she instinctively wanted to look up and see the surroundings, Li Shixing's voice reached her ears. She completely woke up and realized that Li Shixing was running quickly through the grass with her on his back. We succeeded, she obediently did not look up and asked weakly. Li Shixing was silent for many breaths and said, "The cavalry has retreated." Hu Jingjing felt joy. Then she sensed the unimaginably domineering medicinal power in her body. She started to pay attention to her body and was shocked. What pill medicine is this? White bone blood birth pill, Li Shixing answered simply. This is Han. Hu Jingjing gaped in disbelief and could not speak. This is the strongest healing pill medicine from the Han Imperial Palace, Li Shixing said simply. Li Shixing said simply, "It is because I have pills like this that father is not worried about me living here." Hu Jingjing was even more shocked and speechless. Then Li Shixing said, "But this is the last one." Hu Jingjing was stunned for many breaths before she struggled to say, "Thank you." Li Shixing was silent for a moment and said, "No need to thank me. When the cavalry appeared, I did not have the time to think of a perfect solution." Hu Jingjing's face was pressed against his back. The fur on his back was already soaked in blood and was frozen like boiled leather. However, as he ran, there was still some heat coming from his back, making the heavily injured Hu Jingjing feel warm. She hesitated for a long time and asked, "How do you know Mo Shouqing's city guarding sword?" Li Shixing also hesitated for a long time. He feared that he was the least talkative of all the young talents in Changling, and the worst at talking to people. But he still felt he had to say something. "Do not hate Mo Shouqing." He hesitated for a long time and said seriously, "What he did was not for himself." "You mean that as long as it is not for himself, then this person is usually noble?" Hu Jingjing thought of the sword light that night and her voice grew cold. "No matter how much I hate him, he is already dead." Li Shixing did not refute her words. He could understand her feelings. "At least for me, he is the one who knows how to stay out of things and control the balance of Changling." Hu Jingjing did not understand his meaning and listened silently. "He will try to make up for some people's mistakes." Li Shixing continued, "Before I was expelled from Changling, the people of my age in Changling could not beat me. If I had set Minute Mountain Sword Sect as my goal, I should have entered Minute Mountain Sword Sect faster than Duanmu Jingzong and the others. But I was expelled from Changling. He taught me the Citadel Sword as compensation for being banished here, as well as a reward for what I've done here." Hu Jingjing struggled to breathe and said slowly, "I admit that he was a good person to you, but to our Treasure Light Temple, he is a sinner. But he is dead, so I will not judge him." The night was deep. Everything seemed to have been washed and returned to black. Li Shixing, who had been running with his head bowed, stopped. "Where are we going next?" Hu Jingjing asked. Li Shixing slowly turned and said coldly, "We may not be able to go anywhere after this." Hearing his unusual tone, Hu Jingjing, who had been listening without looking up, looked up. She looked up like him into the distant night. "Someone is chasing us?" she asked Li Shixing softly. "A cultivator much stronger than us?" Li Shixing did not answer. "Go." Hu Jingjing took a deep breath and said, "You should be able to leave alone. Do not speak, do not obstruct me from thinking," Li Shixing said coldly and rudely. Hu Jingjing's brow furrowed deeply. She did not say anything else and did not struggle. Li Shixing had put her down. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, but he stood motionlessly in front of her. In the distant night, a strange sound finally appeared. Then, it turned into a hurricane that broke through the sky. A green shadow rushed out of the dark night, bringing with it countless pieces of withered yellow grass, bringing with it a strong gust of wind, and barged into her line of sight. "Hey! You are Hey!" A strange hissing sound rang out in the dark night with endless hidden anger, as if there were black flames spreading in the night sky. Li Shixing's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the enormous indigo wolf that represented the Wuji royal family, he started to feel cold. Chapter 443. Wuji survived in the plains and lived fairly well. In the view of outsiders, they mainly relied on cows, sheep, and horses. Yet the Wuji knew that their ancestors mainly relied on hunting to survive. The deer in the plains had once been their main source of food, and the wolves had been their greatest enemy. So the wolf and deer became the two most important holy objects in their totems. The Wuji challenged the harsh living environment, and then challenged all powerful things that threatened them. One tribe finally conquered the strongest wolf pack in the plains, and that tribe united all the tribes in the plains and became the Wuji royal family. The strongest wolf pack was a true grey wolf. Their fur was blue, and they were enormous. They had astounding strength and agility, and even the endurance of horses. Only the royal family of Wuji could possess a wolf like this as a mount. Earlier, in the last light before the sunset, Li Shixing had seen the owner of the 5 blood moons. He saw that the person wearing the tiger skull mask was the commander of the 3,000 cavalry. Yet he had not expected this person to be of the royal family of Wuji. I had not expected the commander of a 3,000 cavalry army to be of the royal family of Wuji. Li Shixing slowly looked up and met the authoritative gaze behind the tiger skull mask. He slowly said, "I had not expected someone like you to dare to leave the group and chase alone." The grey wolf landed on the ground. As it panted heavily, gusts of wind seemed to blow in front of it. The Wuji commander sitting on the saddle was not in a hurry to move. He looked at Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing and said in Guanzhong dialect, "You did not think of many things, so you suffered such a defeat. But the war has just started. You have already moved in full force, and we are just the vanguard." Li Shixing shook his head coldly. "No matter how much you place your hopes on another dynasty, Wuji will not have a good result. So what if we die together?" The Wuji commander on the saddle looked at Li Shixing and sneered. "Even if Wuji only has a few thousand people left, we are still Wuji. 1,000 years later, Wuji will still exist on the plains. But if you pay a great price, maybe in 100 years, there will be no Qin dynasty." Li Shixing was silent for a moment and said, "So I also do not wish to fight." The Wuji commander laughed coldly. "Are these words not laughable coming from Zhao's mouth?" Li Shixing looked at him and slowly said, "I only killed Wuji people who robbed some border trade caravans." The Wuji general sneered. "If not for the Qin dynasty purposefully attacking the distant and attacking the nearby to restrict border trade with Wuji, why would the Wuji rob the merchant caravans passing through the Wuji border?" Behind Li Shixing, Hu Jingjing looked at Li Shixing's back. The shock and respect in her eyes grew stronger. Just from listening to these conversations, she started to understand what Li Shixing, this youth abandoned by Changling, had done in these years, and what kind of reputation he had. But while the Wuji people knew this, most people in Changling did not. There is no answer to this question. Li Shixing looked coldly at the Wuji general. "I am just an insignificant cultivator. What I can do is to protect those merchant caravans, and not be casually slaughtered like sheep. In reality, I respect you very much, especially when I chased you and found that the two of you managed to lure my cavalry away." The Wuji general did not argue. After a long moment of silence, he said, "So I decided to give you the courtesy of a true warrior. I am Wu Lianzi, the 5th imperial prince of Wuji. I want to have a fair fight with you, and then take your head." "I agree." Li Shixing looked at this imperial prince and said, "If you first disperse most of your vital energy." Wu Lianzi looked up slightly at Li Shixing's disdainful face. Anger rose in his eyes, but he did not speak, and forced his vital energy out of his fingertips. His hands started to shine. Streaks of red true essence, carrying an indescribable fragrance, fell on the withered grass on both sides. In the darkness of the grass, it was as if there were 10 beautiful flowers blooming on the grass. Hu Jingjing looked in disbelief at this scene. She had not expected the other to actually do this. At this time, she felt a slight prickling pain on her arm. Some of Li Shixing's hair seemed to be blown by the wind and stabbed her arm. But these strands of hair reminded her through the prickling pain that it was not because of the wind. She sensed the words the strands of hair were tattooing on her arm. She felt even more disbelief, and even shame. Almost there. Wu Lianzi was stern and focused. His gaze was like 2 sharp swords. His slow and determined words revealed his strong confidence and pride. He was clearly shorter than Li Shixing, but he gave people the feeling he was looking down on them. Almost there. Li Shixing repeated the same words, and then he held his sword across his chest. At this time, he held a pale white longsword in his hand. The seal scripts were 3 slanted straight lines that randomly extended to the tip of the sword. The night wind suddenly grew wild, and gave off terrifying roars in front of him. Li Shixing was recognized as strong among the younger generation of cultivators in Changling. Now, in a true battle of life and death, he was filled with an indescribable cold-blooded presence. A pale white sword light like a fang lit up. Dozens of feet away, it moved in a strange and unfathomable arc in the air and cut towards Wu Lianzi. When this sword light appeared, Wu Lianzi started to sprint. His toes tapped on the yellow leaves, and he moved through the air like the wind. The 5 curved blades on his back flew out, and danced around him like 5 blood moons. The sword light landed on the 5 blood moons. After the pale white sword light scattered in all directions, the tiger skull mask on his face also started to show countless fine cracks like spider webs. However, his gaze was still extremely confident and proud. A domineering shout came out of his mouth, and caused the tiger bone fragments outside his lips to shoot out. 5 blood moons surrounded his body and stood in front of him like soldiers. They gradually merged together and turned into a large and thick blood-red long saber. His hand gripped this excessively heavy long saber, and the vital essence in his body surged out crazily. The air was compressed, and in an instant, there was a thunderous sound. Facing such a terrifying attack, Li Shixing's expression grew colder. The sword in his hand did not make any subsequent movements, but the vital essence that flowed out of his body instantly created an invisible giant wall in the sky above him. Then he smashed this enormous wall down in front of him. The tiger bone mask on Wu Lianzi's face fell like pieces of porcelain. His long blade did not slash forward, but first stabbed upwards like a stick. There was a loud bang. It was like he had poked a hole in the sky. The giant wall was also pierced through, leaving behind a hole. The enormous power fell to the ground, but he was in the hole. The ground shook. A deep, wall-like mark appeared on both sides of his body, about 10 feet wide. He defeated this attack, but in the next moment, Wu Lianzi, who had not been injured, screamed in anger. The moment he had made a hole in the enormous wall, Hu Jingjing had attacked from behind Li Shixing. A candlelight like sword light did not fall towards his body, but passed by him close to the ground. The sword light landed on the enormous indigo wolf not far behind him. This attack was not strong for cultivators, especially after Hu Jingjing was seriously injured. In Wu Lianzi's view, the power of this attack was extremely weak. Yet he had not expected Hu Jingjing to attack at this time after Li Shixing agreed to a fair fight. This was not a strong attack, but it was enough against an enormous wolf. As he screamed in anger, the enormous indigo wolf, who had sensed danger, rushed up, but the light yellow sword light still swept across its 2 hind legs. The 2 hind legs were cut off, and blood sprayed. Li Shixing had retreated. He grabbed Hu Jingjing's body and threw her onto his back like a sandbag. Then he quickly bent down and passed through the grass behind him. Apologies. Amidst Wu Lianzi's almost hysterical screams, Li Shixing lowered his head and murmured softly to himself, "This is a war, not a grudge between 2 people." Chapter 444. As Wu Lianzi screamed in fury, the tiger skull mask he wore turned to pieces and fell off his face. Under the shattered tiger skull mask was a face that was too exquisite and handsome for the Wuji people. This was an imperial son with a delicate face. Even in Changling, he could be considered a handsome man. But the most important thing was that his eyes were light gray. In Wuji, only when a Wuji man married a Yu woman would they have descendants with eyes like this. The Yuezhi had been conquered by the Qin long ago and became a vassal country of the Qin. In the eyes of the other countries and tribes on the plains, the Yuezhi people were the symbol of weakness and lowliness. Shameless. Looking at the enormous blue wolf howling in pain after losing its hind legs, the Wuji imperial son screamed in fury again. He had never thought that after Li Shixing agreed to fight him fairly, he would have Hu Jingjing secretly attack. Why? Hu Jingjing, who was lying on Li Shixing's back, could not understand. Reputation is more important than life and death, right? If I do this, I will shame all the people of Qin, right? Li Shixing asked her in return. Then he took a deep breath and said coldly, I only know that if I live, many Qin people will not have to die. I only know that in a situation of extreme anger, he will want to continue to pursue me. He will not immediately go back to find the cavalry he leads. That way, the remnants of the army you were in before, and the remnants of the same army can live. Hu Jingjing was silent for a long time. For some reason, she thought of her dead master, and Mo Shouqing who had also died. From a great distance, there was a blurry black line under the sky in the northwestern part of the Qin dynasty's territory. But when one was close, one would know that this blurry black line was a lofty and cold mountain range. Especially when set off by the yellow plains in front and behind, this enormous mountain shrouded in clouds and snow appeared even more majestic and unreachable. It made people feel small and insignificant. It made people feel that a god lived here. This was Yin Mountain, a sacred mountain in the hearts of many herdsmen who had lived in this area for generations. Passing through some naturally formed huge canyons in the mountains and seeing the unimaginable scenery that could only be described as majestic and spectacular was an indescribable experience for most people who came here for the first time. They couldn't help but feel like they were on a pilgrimage. However, for the 3,000 Imperial Guard army that had rushed through Yin Mountain, they only felt exhaustion and confusion, as well as fear of the unknown. Guyu Pass was located in one of the 7 natural openings in the Yin Mountain that were suitable for the army to pass through. The Qin dynasty naturally had to firmly control these 7 breaches. However, the most important thing was that Guyu Pass was originally the furthest away from the hinterland behind Yin Mountain. From a strategic point of view, if the Wuji and even further Donghu armies passed through here and entered the plains behind Yin Mountain, the Qin dynasty's army would have enough time to move. They could open an opening and set up an encirclement. So this pass was not just the smallest, but also the last to be built. The other border cities were not only built to completely connect the 2 ends of the canyon, forming an iron gate. Some of the lower places on the mountain ridges on both sides were even built with city walls and turrets as long as it was possible for the army to pass through, connecting them to the border cities. Yet Guyu Pass had not been completely built. It was located to the north, and was not connected to the mountain for a long time. This caused it to be at most a city built on a mountain slope. At this time, tens of thousands of Qin remnants were being driven by the Wuji army towards this pass with the weakest defenses. Even the lowest-ranking Qin soldiers could understand the intention of the cavalry to cut off their path of retreat. They did not just want to kill the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers in one go, but also eat up this Guyu Pass. In the future, even if the Wuji army did not counterattack after entering Yin Mountain, their arrangements could lean towards this side. When the Donghu reinforcements arrived, it would be easier for them to form an alliance with Wuji. As to some Qin dynasty armies that had reached the Wuji border, they would become isolated islands. It was just a matter of time before they were destroyed. Guyu Pass originally had 15,000 guards, but most of them had gone deep into the plains. Right now, there were less than 2,000 guards. So when the 3,000 Imperial Guard army arrived, adding on some workers and craftsmen who did not usually fight, the number of guards and Imperial Guard army here was about even. The highest general left behind here, Wu Qiwu, was of the same rank as Guofeng. When Guofeng arrived with the Imperial Guard army, this thin general, who was still in his prime but looked as old as a man in his 50s, led some other generals to welcome them. Then he silently led Guofeng and some of his deputies, Ding Ning, Nangong Tsaishu, and the others to the highest point of the Guyu Pass Tower. After Yin Mountain, there were only meadows at most, and no mountain ranges. So one could see very far. You came in time. At most, there is half a day. Their vanguard will arrive here soon. Wu Qiwu looked coldly at the smoke in the distance and said, even the vanguard has at least 5,000. After a pause, this thin general said simply and directly, logically speaking, they should have arrived half a day earlier. Based on our deductions, the reason they did not travel at full speed is because they did not want to be separated from the main army. The reason the main army is slow should be because they brought a lot of military equipment. They seized a lot of military equipment in their previous battles with us. Guofeng took a deep breath and said coldly, When will our tens of thousands arrive? 2.5 days. Wu Qiwu gritted his teeth and said, also, the Wuji army will follow soon. There is a 2-day time difference. At least 10,000 Wuji soldiers will have 2 days to deal with us. All of the Qin generals had ugly expressions, except for Ding Ning. The vanguard has more than 5,000, and most of them are carrying military equipment. There must be more than 5,000. So this Wuji army is at least 11,000, and maybe even more. When Guofeng's gaze turned to Ding Ning said calmly, even if we add up to more than 5,000, we cannot be considered an elite army. So what can stop them? This place was very far from Changling, and the transmission of information was not as smooth as in Changling. The ordinary soldiers and generals here did not know many things about Changling. Wu Qiwu and the general next to him did not know what identity Ding Ning had. But seeing that he was able to follow closely behind Guofeng, and had a presence that ordinary young cultivators could not compare to, he did not underestimate him. After a moment of silence, he said, there are more than 2,500 laborious in the mines of Guyu Pass. More than half of them are criminals exiled here. Ding Ning looked at him with a scornful smile and said, you mean to give freedom to these laborious and criminals, and have them take up weapons to fight against the enemy? Wu Qiwu frowned. He did not like Ding Ning's attitude right now. Those who can be exiled here are usually serious criminals. Usually, in order to make them obedient, you must have made them suffer a lot. If they are released now, I fear they will first deal with you, and not the Wuji army, Ding Ning said coolly. 5,000, 2,500. Kill some of the leaders and those who resist fiercely, Wu Qiwu said coldly. Even if there are only 1,000 left, they will be useful. I fear you will first tire yourself from killing, and become disappointed, Ding Ning said mockingly. Wu Qiwu took a deep breath. Seeing such a junior openly mocking him, he was naturally angry. He sneered and said, then what do you think? How about we abandon the city? Ding Ning looked calmly at this general whose eyes were filled with murderousness. He turned and pointed at the slope on the side. The entire army will be stationed high up on the slope. From high up, the cavalry will not have an advantage. Even if they take over the city, that slope can at least allow the remnants of our army to retreat to Yin Mountain when they arrive. What we need to do is last for 2 days, and occupy that slope in these 2 days. All the Qin generals looked at the slope Ding Ning pointed at. Wu Qiwu stilled for a moment and then sneered in anger. This is absurd. Even if that slope is higher up, it has lost the support of some of the military equipment at the city gates. Abandon the city first, and wait for the majority of the vanguard cavalry to arrive, especially when the military equipment arrives, we will undoubtedly die. How can we last for 2 days? I do not care about your opinion. Ding Ning turned to look at Guofeng and said seriously, I only care about our opinion. This time, I need the Imperial Guard army to listen to my opinion. Guofeng stilled. If they do not abandon the city, then the Imperial Guard army will camp on that slope. Ding Ning looked at him and added. Hearing his words, the expressions of Wu Qiwu and the others turned extremely ugly. Guofeng still found it hard to believe. This concerns who will lead this battle. Ding Ning looked at him and said slowly, who will command this battle? You must believe me. After a pause, Ding Ning looked at him and said softly, you must listen to me. Only then can we win this battle. Guofeng swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He hesitated for a long time. Based on his past experience, this was a mistake of splitting before the battle and not beneficial to the battle. But in the end, he took a deep breath and nodded. Chapter 445. So what if he is the winner of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials? He is just an ignorant youth who has never been on the battlefield. That Guofeng is muddle-headed to have the Imperial Guard army listen to his command. Even the stupidest general wouldn't make such a mistake. Seeing Ding Ning, Guofeng and the others turn and leave, the faces of several generals of the border army became extremely gloomy. Wu Qiwu's expression was also extremely unsightly, and the depths of his eyes were filled with fierce killing intent. If he had absolute confidence, just now, he would choose to kill Ding Ning. The 3,000 Imperial Guard army that had just entered the city started to leave the city. They moved to a higher slope and started to set up camp. The reinforcements had left the city due to disagreements. This was a great blow to the morale of the army in the city. This was even more so for the Imperial Guard army, who were extremely tired from the march. If Ding Ning had not shown his ability to convince all of them before, these soldiers would have rebelled due to their negative emotions when they encountered some difficulties while moving some heavy military equipment up the mountain. Guo Feng was an experienced general. He knew that morale and emotions were more important than some powerful military equipment. He followed Ding Ning to a high rock. Looking at the smoke in the distance, his expression was not much better than Wu Qiwu's. In reality, I still do not understand why you have to abandon the city. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he looked at Ding Ning in front of him. Ding Ning did not turn to look at him and said softly, "In reality, I do not really want to abandon the city." His answer stunned Guo Feng and Nangong Tsaishu, who was following closely behind him. "What do you mean?" Nangong Tsaishu could not help but ask. "Guyu Pass is very special." Ding Ning said softly and slowly, "It is not just that the pass is not as grand as other pass cities. Even more importantly, you should have seen when you entered the city that many of the people in the pass are from the Yuezhi and the border people of the Yin Mountain area." Guo Feng's eyebrows suddenly jumped. He realized something, but he wasn't sure. Ding Ning did not stop and continued, "Guyu Pass was the last to be built. Many of the laborers were recruited from nearby areas, and many of them were eventually recruited as soldiers. Therefore, the people in this city are very complicated." Nangong Tsaishu finally reacted and said, "You are afraid that our actions in the city will be leaked by the spies?" Ding Ning looked away from the distant horizon and turned around. He looked at Guo Feng and Nangong Tsaishu and nodded. "While Wuji won a great victory, they should not know that all of our reinforcements have arrived. Yet, this rearguard fearlessly came here because they know the situation of the garrison in this city. Nothing is too deceitful in war." He said that he wanted them to abandon the city, but he didn't agree with them and went to the hillside where the troops were stationed. He was just putting on a show for the other party. After a pause, Ding Ning looked seriously at Nangong Tsaishu and said, "When it comes to acting, the fewer people know, the more real it is when even your own people are kept in the dark." Nangong Tsaishu looked at Ding Ning and felt even more awe. "Then what should we do next?" "We will continue to act and have the vanguard attack us first." Ding Ning looked at her and said, "I want you to send a letter to Wu Qiwu and have him cooperate with us to put on this show." The distant smoke had extinguished. As time passed, the ground started to tremble. Before sunset, the 5,000 Wuji cavalry officially appeared in the sight of the Guyu Pass border army. The uniforms and armor of the Wuji cavalry were not uniform. At this time, they did not have a fixed formation, like a cloud that could change at any time on the grasslands. Yet the weapons of these cavalry hung from the sides of the saddles, and the steps of the horses were shockingly uniform. As the horses galloped, these weapons naturally hit the saddles and gave off rhythmic sounds. This uniform sound continued to ring out, bringing with it a kind of fatal magic that made it difficult for everyone to breathe smoothly, and their hearts beat more and more violently. Ding Ning sat on a large protruding rock and looked silently at the cavalry coming under the setting sun. He frowned slightly in thought. On the tower of Guyu Pass, Wu Qiwu's back started to sweat uncontrollably. As the thunderous hooves approached, his vision was gradually filled by the cavalry. The trembling of the ground caused all of Guyu Pass to seem to jump. Some of the accumulated dust in the cracks of the walls fell in the cold wind. As early as an hour ago, he had already learned of the young man's plan to deal with the cavalry. Until now, he was the only one in the entire Guyu Pass who knew of this plan, so all the pressure was naturally on him. Even though he felt respect for the youth and felt it was feasible, this was still a great gamble for him. If the cavalry army didn't attack the Imperial Guard army on the hillside as expected, then Guyu Pass might be lost. But when the light on the saddles of the cavalry entered his sight, and he glanced at the Imperial Guard army on the slope, he knew he had no choice. It could be said that the youth was using the lives of 3,000 Imperial Guard army soldiers to force him to make such a choice. His expression became extremely unsightly once again. However, he squeezed out a few simple syllables from his throat, then whispered a few words to a deputy general who followed closely behind him. Hearing his words, the vice-general's eyes filled with shock, but then he recovered at his shout. "How are you so sure that the vanguard of the cavalry will attack us first?" Nangong Tsaishu appeared behind Ding Ning. She was not questioning him, but humbly asking for guidance. The cavalry in her field of vision was still maintaining a straight path, and did not show whether they were heading towards the city or the slope. But for some reason, she had a strong feeling that the cavalry would attack them first, just like Ding Ning had predicted. She was like Jing Liuli in the summer. She started to take Ding Ning as her teacher, and learned from Ding Ning. Any army that advances quickly cannot be too large. 14 or 15,000 is the limit. Otherwise, they cannot maintain speed, and even their rations cannot keep up. Ding Ning answered her question slowly and clearly. The military intelligence says that the total number of this cavalry is around 10,000. Based on my judgment, it may be more than that. At most, there are around 14,000. But we have more than 25,000 Qin remnants that have retreated here. You have to understand, the army of the Qin dynasty is the strongest army in the world. After a pause, Ding Ning turned to look at her. Even if they are remnants, no one dares to underestimate the army of the Qin dynasty. Therefore, the cavalry would try to minimize their losses as much as possible to win this battle and occupy Guyu Pass. Otherwise, if they take Guyu Pass, they will only have a few thousand people left. I fear that even they do not have the confidence to stop the 20,000 Qin army with these few thousand people, even for a short time. Nangong Tsaishu understood. Her eyes lit up. So no matter how wild and risky the Wuji army appeared before, at least here, this cavalry army will be very careful. Ding Ning looked at her and nodded. Nangong Tsaishu took a deep breath and said, "Because of your intentional arrangements, the Imperial Guard army has not prepared much of our equipment and is in chaos. So this cavalry army will attack us first. For them, 2 days is enough. They only need to use the smallest price to get rid of the Qin army here. They are not in a hurry." Ding Ning's eyes showed approval. He said at the same time, even more importantly, in such a situation, if we cause them to suffer heavy losses, and cause their initial plans to fail, they will panic. Nangong Tsaishu looked at his calm and confident gaze. Her heartbeat sped up again. "So you felt from the start that we could win this battle, even if the enemy has 3 times our number." Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "Whether we can win in the end depends on whether Wu Qiwu will listen to the contents of my letter and send out all the cultivators and the best fighting swordsmen in the city." Nangong Tsaishu raised her head and looked at the approaching cavalry army. She looked at the dust that covered the last rays of the setting sun. She knew that this was a difficult decision for the general to make. Since the Qin dynasty, cultivators and the guards who worked with cultivators were the most important power in the Qin dynasty army. Even though there were less than 100 cultivators and guards in the city, if all these people were taken out of the city, this city pass would be no different from an empty city. But she instinctively knew that the general, who was much more experienced than her, would make the right choice. Chapter 446. The hooves beat rhythmically on the ground, and the walls of Guyu Pass trembled even more. The dust dragon created by the cavalry even covered the last light of the setting sun, and caused the sky to grow even more chaotic. But there was a sound like a flash of lightning in the air. All the Qin soldiers on the city gate tower suddenly saw a patch of white in front of them. With a howl like a wolf, all the soldiers of this Wuji cavalry pulled out the weapons hanging from their saddles in unison. These unsheathed weapons formed a patch of cold light that illuminated the faces of all the soldiers on the walls. In this suffocating atmosphere, countless soldiers could not help but turn to look at the highest general of this pass, Wu Qiwu. They could not understand why no orders had been given up until now. Wu Qiwu didn't look at the cavalry. Instead, he turned his head to look at the mountain slope. He could vaguely see the youth standing quietly on a high mountain rock. He could not help but feel respect for the youth. Even if it was a huge gamble, no matter what, the youth was able to maintain such calmness under the pressure of such a large army. This was not something an ordinary person could compare with. In just half a cup of tea's time, The range of some of the cavalry's weapons would reach the top of the city gates. At this time, Wu Qiwu finally saw some changes in the cavalry out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with joy. That youth had gambled correctly. A series of strange sounds formed by heavy breathing could be heard from the top of the city gate. When the Qin soldiers on the walls could clearly see the faces of the Wuji cavalry, this cavalry's straightforward charging posture finally changed. The dozens of cavalry at the front changed direction slightly, and faced the slope where the Imperial Guard army was. It was as if they were tied by an invisible rope. All the horses behind the dozens of riders changed direction slightly and slowed down abruptly. While they were slow, the hooves of these horses seemed to grow heavier, and a wave of tearing sounds sounded in the air. The hearts of all the Qin soldiers in Guyu Pass contracted violently. This was the violent stone horse. Exploding stone horse was a term used by the Wuji cavalry. It referred to a group of 4 horses. The front 2 were crutch horses with lighter burdens, the back 2 were iron stoopers with heavier burdens. Between the front 2 horses and the back 2 horses were leather tools with high elasticity. Relying on the momentum of the front 2 horses, they would pull these special leather tools to their limits, and then throw some heavy stones. These heavy stones had been unusually hard weathered agate stones of the plains. After being baked by the Wuji people, they became unusually hard and easily shattered. The moment they hit the ground, they would spray out sharp pieces of stone. Other than the few weapons that could only be used by cultivators with vital energy, the normal weapons of the Qin army had a range of 300 paces. But the Wuji cavalry relied on these unique weapons and the power of the horses to throw rocks of a certain weight over 400 paces. The violent stone horse was something that could only be formed by the coordination of weapons, horses, and riders. In Wuji, only a few elite cavalry armies would use it. If they were not careful, the front horse would fall, and the rear horse would fall. The cavalry would fall into chaos and suffer losses. But now, hearing the thunderous sounds, all the Qin soldiers in Guyu Pass who knew the power of this knew that most of the Wuji soldiers in this cavalry army could skillfully grasp the violent stone horse. So this cavalry army was one of the most elite cavalry armies of Wuji. This was not a duel in Changling, but an invitation with a sword across the chest. When this cavalry army arrived, the battle had already started. Ding Ning looked calmly at this extremely powerful elite Wuji cavalry. He knew that the morale of the Imperial Guard army was extremely low, and they were starting to feel terror and hopelessness. Yet when the leather was pulled to its limits and gave off waves of explosive sounds, he just put his hand down and made a gesture of pressing down. Side. Down. Several shrill military orders instantly cut through the suffocating air. All of the Imperial Guard army soldiers had been waiting for orders for a long time. When they finally heard the orders, most of the Imperial Guard army soldiers instinctively carried out the orders and lay down sideways. Most of the soldiers had a shallow ditch in front of them that was not deep or wide. It was just enough for them to fit in sideways. Just as they instinctively carried out the orders, there was a sharp howl. The dust above the Wuji cavalry dissipated and a patch of glittering rain appeared. In the next moment, the rain reached the Imperial Guard army. Pew pew pew, clouds of dust covered the front line of the Imperial Guard army like waves. Then, there were countless sizzling sounds and clanging sounds. The entire formation was almost covered in flying sharp crystals. All of the Imperial Guard army soldiers lying sideways in the ditch paled and felt sharp energies passing through the world. Yet, most of the Imperial Guard army soldiers found they were safe. There were not many casualties. Only when the dust and debris from the sharp rocks fell and covered their bodies, did most of them wake up. Lying on one side would greatly reduce the possibility of being hit by the sharp rocks. Furthermore, the fragments of the sharp rocks would only shoot out from the ground, and were not much of a threat. These shallow ditches could not be seen from a distance. At least, the Wuji cavalry who had just arrived and launched a fierce attack could not see the shallow ditches they had dug behind the many bunkers on the slope. Before the battle started, none of the Imperial Guard soldiers understood why Ding Ning had given such an order, and why he had them waste time digging such a tunnel that could not stop horses and could not be squatted in. But just now, the timely and accurate military order clearly reminded them that these shallow ditches were to deal with the exploding stone horses of the Wuji cavalry. How had Ding Ning done this? They were not the border army. Most of them did not know that Wuji's most elite cavalry had such terrifying moves. How did Ding Ning know, and how did he predict such an elite cavalry would come? These Imperial Guard soldiers who had woken up could not understand. As they felt more respect for Ding Ning, they grew more nervous. The violent tremors on the ground reminded them that the enemy cavalry had started to charge and were less than 400 paces from them. Even if they disregarded the military order and jumped up, they feared they would not be able to mount an effective defense under the enemy's charge. Also, if they passed another 100 paces, the arrows of the Wuji cavalry would show their power. Under continuous fire, even if they were lying sideways, the dense rain of arrows would cause astounding damage. All of the Qin soldiers who were watching this scene from the towers of Guyu Pass understood this even more clearly as bystanders. Looking at the Wuji cavalry who were charging up the slope like the tide and did not slow down, the Qin soldiers knew that unless the youth on the rock had a way to stop the cavalry, even for a short time, the Imperial Guard army could only survive. Otherwise, it would be a one-sided slaughter and the battle would quickly end. Among the dozens of riders at the front of the tide of Wuji cavalry, an exceptionally tall rider had noticed Ding Ning standing on the rock at the back of the Imperial Guard army. At this time, the hooves of his horse suddenly sank, creating 4 sprays of dust. At the same time, a deep indigo bow appeared in his hands. This giant-like rider was astoundingly fast. Before anyone could see clearly, he had pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. An arrow path suddenly appeared in the chaotic air. An indigo arrow with a white whirlpool accurately fell towards Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning looked at the oncoming arrow and did not move. Standing behind him, Nangong Tsaishu narrowed her eyes slightly. With a low shout, she attacked with her sword. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded in the air. Her sword light fiercely collided with this green arrow light. Like splitting firewood, she forcefully hacked this powerful arrow to the ground in front of her. Ding Ning's expression did not change. At the same time, the carriages in front of the dozens of riders that were acting as obstacles lit up with sword lights. Ding Ning flipped his palm upwards. Rise. The sharp military order sounded again. Chapter 447. As the military order sounded and the soldiers lying in the hole jumped up, an even more shrill sound tore through the air at the front of the Wuji cavalry. A thin crimson sword flew out from behind a carriage, instantly accelerating to a speed that ordinary people couldn't catch, and then it flew towards the throat of the giant archer who had just shot out a sword. A skinny rider next to this giant-like rider released a low roar of anger. A flying sword also flew out. With a ding noise, it knocked aside this scarlet flying sword. However, at the same time, a light puff sounded from below the giant rider. The belly of the horse he was riding was pierced through like a hot water bag. A simple and dull earthen small sword made its way out of the earth in an incredibly sinister manner, piercing through the horse's belly and then through the saddle, stabbing towards his body. This giant-like rider let out a cry of shock and anger. He reacted in an instant. His enormous body swept upwards, his hands pulling the green bowstring and twisting it, actually forcibly entangling the small sword that was attacking from below. The leather armor on the rider's arms exploded. Waves of energy surged on his arms. The flying sword containing the vital energy of a Realm 5 cultivator trembled violently in his bowstring and could not break free. However, right at this time, an almost transparent streak of sword radiance descended from the air behind this giant-like rider. The giant-like rider seemed to have sensed something. The moment he turned his head, the sword light streaked across his neck. A red line suddenly appeared on his neck. Then, his entire head sprang up like a fountain of hot blood. Countless cries of surprise rang out. These 3 flying swords were not the only ones that appeared in this moment. At least dozens of sword energies gathered primal energies of the universe and cut at the front of the Wuji cavalry. The Imperial Guard soldiers who had just jumped up from the ground saw the sword lights and figures that appeared from the carriages and behind them. They were so shocked they could not believe their eyes. The dozens of riders at the front of this elite Wuji cavalry were clearly powerful cultivators. Even hundreds of soldiers would not be able to stop their charge in an instant. Yet, there were almost 100 cultivators in front of them. Why were there almost 100 cultivators here? Just as they were shocked and had no time to think, Ding Ning's raised hand formed a fist and reached forward. The youth's figure was clearly very young, but in the eyes of all the Wuji soldiers and the Qin soldiers on the distant towers, he was filled with an indescribable sense of steel and power. Several heralds were also affected by this strong and indescribable aura. They felt as if their blood was boiling at this moment. Release. Several unprecedented military orders came out of their mouths at the same time. The Imperial Guard Army started to shoot. At this moment, many people in the Imperial Guard Army did not react in unison. Some of the archers and soldiers controlling the weapons could not keep up with the orders. But the orders did not require them to be in order. This military order was only for them to shoot to their heart's content, for them to throw anything that could be thrown high into the air and then fall down heavily, towards the cavalry in front of them to their heart's content. At this time, the charging Wuji cavalry had advanced 300 paces. From the top of the hill, most of the Qin crossbows, including some heavy ordnance, had landed right in the middle of the Wuji cavalry. Even more importantly, the advance of the Wuji cavalry was being forced to stop by these cultivators who suddenly appeared. Hedonism and recklessness usually meant speed, especially under the cover of such an iron presence. An Imperial Guard Army archer's fingers immediately went numb. He did not even notice how many arrows he had shot in the span of a few breaths. It was only now that he discovered that through the obstruction of some carelessly abandoned carriages and supplies, these cavalry troops naturally followed the slowest path up the slope. The density of horses and riders was astonishing. The screams of countless horses and the exploding sounds of flesh and blood merged together. This Wuji cavalry, who had been unstoppable a few breaths ago, exploded in bloody mist like a patch of red flowers blooming. Horses and riders fell and crashed into each other. Even the best riders could not control their steeds in the chaos. Victory would be decided in a flash. Seeing this cavalry army about to be destroyed because of the sudden appearance of the cultivators, a Wuji rider dressed like a shaman among the dozens of riders at the front waved his hands and gave off obscure and indescribable shouts. These dozens of riders were at the front and faced the swords of the cultivators several times their number. The arrows and seal weapons falling from above naturally covered them, but these dozens of riders were the ones with the least casualties. As this shaman-like cultivator roared out, thick black mist suddenly pervaded the air in front of him and these dozens of riders. Not only did it block the line of sight above, even the speed at which the arrows fell clearly slowed down. At the same time, the dozen riders around this shaman suddenly sped up and passed through the black mist like lightning. In a flash, the hooves reached the front of the Imperial Guard Army. What is this? Seeing this scene, Nangong Tsaishu could not help but ask in shock. The shamans of Wuji are cultivators who can use spirit bones to change the climate. The theory is that the bones of some powerful beasts in the plains have naturally accumulated spirit energy. These cultivators can use the bones of these powerful beasts to make powder crystals and other things. Using their vital energy, they form some unique methods. In the beginning, these sorcerers were not murderous cultivators. They were just herdsmen in the wilderness who wanted to change the extreme weather. Later on, the herdsmen who understood this method became sorcerers who protected a nomadic tribe. Their methods were passed down from generation to generation. Ding Ning explained with a calm expression. As he spoke, the dozen galloping horses turned into heavy thuds on the ground. Clearly, they had been killed by the Imperial Guard Army and the cultivators at the front of the Imperial Guard Army. Yet the howls, the clanging of metal, and the sound of flesh being cut sounded. The black mist had spread to the entire Imperial Guard Army, and the sounds were very close to them as though they were right in front of them. Guo Feng stood with an ugly expression on the other side of Ding Ning. The target of these Wuji cultivators was clearly Ding Ning. Ding Ning was the true commander of this battle, and the only weakness at this time. If Ding Ning was assassinated, he did not have the confidence to win this battle. There was a muffled explosion. The black mist ahead suddenly parted. What appeared first was not the figure of any cultivator, but a heavy seal chariot. Looking at the trembling chariot that had been thrown by a great force, Guofeng's expression grew grave. Yet Ding Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not look at the incoming heavy chariot. He turned and said softly to Nangong Tsaishu, "Use the swords I told you about before." Since the battle started, Nangong Tsaishu had naturally become Ding Ning's attendant. She knew that Ding Ning, who could kill palace attendant Rong, could not be judged in terms of vital energy cultivation. But she also knew that Ding Ning's wounds were so severe that he had not fully recovered. From Ding Ning's soft and calm voice, she sensed that the power that had sent the chariot flying was not just Realm 5. She did not have the confidence to fight someone of this level. Yet at this time, she still stood next to Ding Ning, and chose to listen to Ding Ning's words. She attacked with all her power. The sword light was not as strong as usual. A sparkling and translucent stream of water appeared around her. Then, like a sparkling and translucent dragon, it flew forward. This was Cloud Water Palace's sword essence. Cloud Water Palace's sword essence was extremely soft. The glowing flow of water did not collide directly with the flying chariot, and just wrapped around it. Clang! There was no enemy, but the sealed chariot gave off an enormous sound like a bell being struck. The glowing flow of water was shattered into countless droplets. Wu Mountain Rain. Ding Ning smiled slightly and said. Nangong Tsaishu did not hesitate and attacked a second time, using the sword essence Ding Ning wanted her to use. The shattered droplets of water did not fall. They gently floated into the sky ahead, and fell as rain. The rain was not as sharp as the sword essence Zhong Yi had comprehended in Ink Garden. It did not seem to have much power, but it easily washed away the black mist in the air like dust. The black mist dissipated, and everything was clear. Chapter 448. The black mist dissipated and vision cleared. An Imperial Guard swordsman suddenly found a Wuji cultivator dressed in wolfskin robes next to him. He almost instinctively raised his sword and stabbed. With a hiss, when his sword stabbed into the Wuji cultivator's left abdomen and came out the right, the Wuji cultivator's body suddenly arched and he howled. Only then did the Imperial Guard swordsman realize that he had so easily wounded a cultivator of high cultivation. A small black hiltless sword fell to the ground with a whimper. The cultivators deep in the formation had countless things around them that could kill them. Especially when they faced more fatal threats, any sudden change could determine their life and death. For the entire war, some people died for the sake of achieving an important goal. Like this moment. This Wuji cultivator was stabbed through the abdomen, his intestines and stomach rotting. He was certain to die. Yet in the last moments of his life, he did not launch a fatal counterattack against this ordinary Imperial Guard swordsman who had killed him. Instead, he sent the last of his power into the small hiltless black sword that was falling to the ground. The small black sword suddenly flew up as though it had been reborn, and deflected a crimson flying sword. This crimson flying sword was falling towards the back of a Wuji cultivator who had jumped up. Time seemed to stop in this moment. The black mist dissipated, and the light of the setting sun disappeared. But under the bright light of the many sword lights on the battlefield, a bright rainbow appeared in the shrouding water vapor. The Wuji cultivator seemed to fly on this rainbow and land towards Ding Ning on the mountain rock. Unlike ordinary Wuji cultivators, this Wuji cultivator wore a grey cotton robe and appeared much lighter. His hair was natural grey and not tied up. At this time, he looked up coldly at Ding Ning and thought to himself, to have such an intimidating presence, it was clear that he could not pretend to be the commander of this army. So many people died just to get close to you, then you should die. Water Cloud Muslin. Ding Ning looked at the Wuji cultivator who had passed through the formation and smiled self-deprecatingly. At the same time, he said to Nangong Tsaishu. Nangong Tsaishu was puzzled but did not hesitate. Her long sword drew out many glowing lines in the incoming cold wind. Layers of mist appeared in the sky above. The mist was hazy like a veil, reflecting the brilliance of the battlefield and forming rainbows. This Wuji cultivator danced in the air, his body level with the mountain rock Ding Ning was standing on. Ding Ning, his hands behind his back, looked calmly at the Wuji cultivator coming through the air and did not move. This Wuji cultivator looked straight at Ding Ning. His vital energy furiously seeped out of his skin. An arc of grey light appeared in front of him like a grey crescent moon that was expanding. Behind Ding Ning, Guofeng sensed the power within. He could not understand why Ding Ning would have Nangong Tsaishu use such a blow. At the same time, Ding Ning did not act to stop him. If no one stopped him, Ding Ning and Nangong Tsaishu would be killed in the next breath. He could only act. A black sword 3 feet wide flew out of his waist. With a boom, it walked the straight sword path that Changling cultivators liked and charged at the Wuji cultivator who had passed through the formation. The Wuji cultivator glanced coldly at the black broadsword. The arc of grey light in front of him suddenly bloomed. There was another explosion in the air. With this Wuji cultivator as the center, an explosion of energy formed a grey ball that protected him. Ripples visible to the naked eye exploded in front of him. Guofeng gave a muffled grunt. He and the black sword bounced back like a rock. A wild wind blew past Ding Ning and Nangong Tsaishu, causing them to sway and almost fly away. This Wuji cultivator did not retreat. His feet landed firmly on the ground, the tips of his feet on the rocks. Tchem. After sending the main general of the Imperial Guard army flying with one blow, this Wuji cultivator was extremely powerful in everyone's eyes. Yet the moment his feet landed on the ground, this Wuji cultivator made a soft sound of surprise. He felt that just now, his attack was enough to kill Guofeng, and not just send him flying and injure him. Water cloud gauze. Ding Ning repeated. Nangong Tsaishu attacked. This Wuji cultivator looked up coldly. When he saw the patches of water clouds out of the corner of his eyes, he understood why his attack just now had been weakened so much. He really wanted to ask this youth, who was so calm he found strange, how did he know that this sword essence would have such a great effect on his vital energy and primal energies of the universe? But he had more important things to do. He had to immediately kill this strange youth. He took a deep breath. The fingers of his right hand hanging by his side started to tremble violently. His 5 fingers tapped quickly in the air, and turned the vital energy coming out of his fingertips into countless broken dots. The primal energies of the universe flowing in the air gathered rapidly again, colliding and creating an even greater power. Several grey vortexes appeared in front of him, as if several grey spears were being formed. Ding Ning still stood with his hands behind his back. Strangely, the last flower remnant sword silently flew out of a patch of water clouds behind the Wuji cultivator. It landed sinisterly and gently on the back of the Wuji cultivator's neck. This Wuji cultivator had a disdainful expression. He did not even turn his head, but his right hand's fingers moved even faster. With a hiss, one of the whirlpools in front of him flew back and accurately hit the last flower remnant sword. In this Wuji cultivator's imagination, this attack was enough to cause Ding Ning to lose control of this flying sword. At the same time, his great power would seriously injure Ding Ning. However, what he didn't expect was that his attack seemed to have hit nothing. The last flower remnant sword seemed to have no power. It was blown back by his grey whirlpool and turned into a dim shooting star. In his field of vision, Ding Ning did not change at all. He was not shaken at all. However, in the wind around him, there seemed to be some slight wind currents drifting to both sides. This could only be that just now, Ding Ning had abandoned the sword and cut off his connection with this flying sword. Abandoning the sword meant that this sword was just a pretense to attract his attention. Then where was the true killing move? He sensed the sharp killing intent behind him. The sharp killing intent came from a crimson flying sword. From the intelligence from Guyu Pass, he knew that the owner of this flying sword was a foreign cultivator of a caravan who had hurried here from the city behind Yin Mountain. This foreign cultivator came from Liang Mountain Sword School and was the strongest cultivator in Guyu Pass right now. This cultivator and the 100 or so other cultivators who had stopped them were already in Guyu Pass. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in this moment, but he had no time to think. He only knew that while this flying sword was strong and fast, it was not enough to stop him from killing the youth. In that case, would the young man in front of him dare to use his own life as bait? He could not understand. His right hand's fingers did not stop moving. Multiple grey whirlpools formed into the shape of a sword and charged forward. He did not notice what was under his feet. There was hard mountain land under his feet, and there were no vital energy vibrations. Yet he did not detect a thin crack in the hard mountain land. This crack could only allow one sword to pass through. At this moment, an extremely stable sword pierced out from below without causing any friction between the sword and the crack. Before this sword pierced through the soles of his boots and into his flesh, there was no fluctuation of true essence. There were no signs of heat or life in the rocks below that he could sense. This sword was like a sword thrust by a dead man. The instant the sword pierced through his flesh, the pain from the soles of his feet transmitted to his mind, allowing him to react to what had happened. A sharp and cold sword intent and killing intent erupted along with his vital essence. With a poof, the sword essence pierced upwards. This powerful Wuji cultivator heard a strange sound come from his body. He instinctively wanted to shout, and counterattack to kill this cultivator who was hiding in the rocks below to assassinate him. Yet he immediately lost consciousness. He died instantly. This sword strike cleanly broke through several vital blood vessels of the human body, instantly killing him. This sword was the death sword of Minute Mountain sword sect's Shao Sharin. The sharp sword was pulled out of the dead Wuji cultivator's body. It appeared inexperienced and emotional. This Wuji cultivator's body fell forward. Multiple grey sword lights turned to energy when they were dozens of feet from Ding Ning, and caused Ding Ning's robes to flap. Plop! This Wuji cultivator fell in front of Ding Ning. The two armies fighting fiercely below paused. Time seemed to stop. Chapter 449. Ding Ning looked up slightly and did not look at the Wuji cultivator's corpse. As he looked up, many sharp whistles sounded from the Wuji cavalry. Accompanied by this whistle, the entire cavalry army stopped moving forward and then retreated like a tide. The cavalry retreated down the slope at their fastest speed. They did not attack again and continued to retreat into the depths of the plains. Waves of uncontrollable cheers and shouts sounded from the Imperial Guard army and the walls of Guyu Pass. This was undoubtedly a victory to be proud of. This Wuji cavalry charged and retreated, leaving behind at least 600 to 700 corpses on the slope, while the Imperial Guard army suffered very few casualties. Yet looking at the retreating cavalry, Ding Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Nangong Tsaishu's body trembled in excitement. This was the first time she was truly standing on the battlefield, and facing a battle with great disparity in strength. What is it? She could not understand Ding Ning's worried expression. The enemy has a very powerful general, and he is in the vanguard. Ding Ning did not look at her and continued to stare at the cavalry retreating into the plains. He said slowly and gravely, ordinary generals would choose to retreat and attack Guyu Pass because all the cultivators in Guyu Pass are here. Even though they have lost so many people here, they still have an advantage over Guyu Pass. Nangong Tsaishu stilled. Her back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and she felt great terror. Ding Ning continued. This general did not choose to attack Guyu Pass, not because he was frightened by us, but because he did not want to take the risk and lose more people. Nangong Tsaishu took a deep breath. As the cold air entered her lungs, her body grew colder. So he chose to wait for the main army to arrive. Ding Ning nodded. His gaze landed on the corpse of the Wuji cultivator nearby. This Wuji cultivator's cultivation is not much lower than Palace Attendant Rome. The general leading this army is naturally much stronger than this person. Nangong Tsaishu paled again. If a vanguard army had such an outstanding general, then how strong would the highest general of the entire army be? We still have a chance of winning. Ding Ning turned around and said softly to Nangong Tsaishu. Then he nodded at her, indicating for her not to follow. Nangong Tsaishu understood his meaning and watched as he walked behind her. Ding Ning walked next to several carriages. The people in these carriages were craftsmen who were not skilled in battle but were skilled in military equipment repair, as well as Zhongsun Chenchua's carriage. In the previous march, the entire Imperial Guard army was used to Ding Ning stopping by this carriage many times. It seemed that Ding Ning could obtain greater peace, or better thoughts, next to this carriage. Ding Ning walked to Zhongsun Chenchua's carriage. At this time, the Imperial Guard army was organizing the battlefield and waiting for Ding Ning's next order. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in robes the color of withered grass was slowly walking towards Ding Ning. He held Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword that had fallen on the battlefield. His expression was solemn and respectful. He clearly came with great respect and wanted to return this sword to Ding Ning. "You, stop." But at this time, Ding Ning looked up at him and made a gesture. This was a military order. The Imperial Guard army soldiers who were still lingering in the aftertaste of the iron and blood he had just displayed immediately reacted. All of the Imperial Guard army soldiers around this middle-aged cultivator immediately surrounded him, their weapons flickering with cold metal light aimed at this middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator looked in shock at Ding Ning. "This is..." Ding Ning did not directly answer his question. Then he pointed at an armored general behind the middle-aged cultivator. The general wore the armor of the border army, and was also a cultivator of Guyu Pass. "And you?" He looked at this general and said, "Do you two have anything to say?" The wind seemed to grow colder. The slope was silent. Many of the Imperial Guard soldiers were stunned for a moment. Although they did not see the new order, they had already reacted. Following a flurry of rapid footsteps, the general in the border army armor was also surrounded. The surrounded general looked up, his expression unusually cold. He said coldly, "Are you crazy?" Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "In the previous battle, everyone else was normal. Only you two were abnormal." The middle-aged man in grass-colored robes paled slightly. This general's expression grew colder. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I do not understand what you mean. Of all the cultivators who came from Guyu Pass, you two killed the least, but you are not the weakest cultivators." Ding Ning looked at this general who was about to speak and interrupted him. "Do not say to me that you are benevolent. You only killed 2 enemy soldiers, and those 2 were unimportant ordinary cavalry. In the last battle when the enemy broke through, you did not play any role. You looked like you were fighting, but not truly fighting. Can you tell me why?" Hearing this, the general's face gradually paled. Everyone on the surrounding slopes looked in shock at Ding Ning, not daring to believe that he could notice the details of these cultivators in the battle just now. "Just based on what you say?" This general whose face was gradually paling looked at Ding Ning and shouted out something they could not believe. "Who knows if you saw wrong? How do you know we only killed 2 enemies? You should be a cultivator of Fish Dragon Sword Monastery. Your first attack was the Sword Essence of Fish Dragon Transformation, but the Sword Essence was undefeatable. What is most suspicious is the Sword Essence of Wandering Sword. You could have stabbed that Wuji cultivator's abdomen, but you deliberately changed the direction of the sword and only passed through the other's abdomen." Ding Ning's expression did not change as he slowly stated. As he spoke in such a calm voice, this general's expression froze and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, the general let out a mad howl and pulled out the sword at his waist. However, at this moment, at least 2 flying swords that had stopped not far behind this general landed on this general's body. This general who had just taken a step forward fell to the ground like a heavy piece of wood, creating a spray of dust and blood. Of the 2 flying swords, one was the crimson flying sword that had been the sharpest and most effective in the previous battle. But at this time, even the master of this flying sword, a tall man with a thin face, looked at Ding Ning in admiration. A voice sounded in his mind, "How did you do it?" Ding Ning looked at the middle-aged cultivator holding the last flower remnant sword and said seriously and sincerely, "Whether you live or die depends on you." Chapter 450. In the darkness, the Wuji vanguard cavalry who had suffered great losses did not retreat too far. They retreated to a meadow where they could barely see Guyu Pass in the darkness. As the iron hooves of the entire cavalry army stopped pounding the ground, one of the riders stood out. It was because in a certain instant, only this rider's horse was still moving. In the next instant, several other riders surrounded this rider. "Why?" A strong Wuji general, carrying an enormous curved blade and dressed in tiger skin robes, looked angrily at this rider and shouted. Facing the angry shout of this general who was half a head taller than him, The rider, dressed in ordinary clothing with a black cloth over his face, looked back calmly and said, "What, why?" This answer caused the burly Wuji general's eyes to burn with anger. Why pay such a price to assassinate that youth? He squeezed out a cold voice from between his teeth. Why retreat immediately? You should know, even if the assassination succeeds, our cultivators cannot return. Then what? You still have to retreat. Horses whinnied. Only when the power in the rider's hand changed would these well-trained military horses, which were almost one with their master, be able to make such a sound. The horse whinnies meant that all these riders wanted to question this person. Clearly, if this rider could not give a satisfactory answer, he would become pieces of flesh on the grasslands, and be used as a sacrifice to the Wuji soldiers who had died because of his decision. Yet this rider with a black cloth over his face and clearly not of the Wuji accent did not care. He looked up indifferently in the direction of the distant slope. Before you question me again, you have to understand something. I did not come to be your Wuji general, but your Empress Wanyan invited me to be your Wuji general. Even your great General Yelu agrees with this point. So do not suspect that I have other goals in leading the army. If you suspect me, you only suspect your Empress Wanyan and Yelu general. His words were not polite, to the extent that even louder horse neighs sounded. However, even though the rider's hands were unnaturally exerting force, the expressions in their eyes already changed. You are angry now because you do not know who that youth is. This rider's gaze landed on the strong Wuji general in front of him. His tone grew strangely gentle. Not just those cultivators just now, even the lives of those cultivators just now cannot compare to that youth's life. Why? It was still the same 3 words from the beginning, but at this time, the muscular Wuji general had lowered his head to show respect and ask for guidance. Because that youth is Ding Ning, the winner of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials of the Qin dynasty. Just from this battle, he represents Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Your Yelu general did not personally lead the army because he did not want the people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect to participate in this battle. This rider said coolly, if it is for the future that you may not understand, even if our entire army is wiped out in exchange for killing him, it is worth it. Up until now, he is the person who has progressed the fastest in the cultivation world, and the person with the greatest comprehension. The previous strongest young talent of the Qin dynasty could only be his student. Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Yelu General. The words most were like thunder, causing all the riders in the surroundings to tremble. Heavy breathing sounded like the whinnying of horses. A person like him, even without the protection of the cultivators of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, will not die so easily. I do not believe that the Qin dynasty will let someone like him die so easily. At least, with my understanding of Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu, they will make the best use of some truly strong people, especially those who can be controlled. They will make these people burn out like candles before letting them die. This rider did not care about the changes in these people's expressions. He said slowly with slight disdain, I created a situation where I had a good chance to assassinate this youth because I wanted to see if there were any powerful cultivators behind this youth, but I had not expected this youth to be so strong, and the young people around him to be so strong. You know too little. You don't know that this young man not only has a terrifying cultivation base, he also has powerful judgment and insight. Until today, I can be sure that he is definitely the most terrifying opponent I have ever met, as a general. From a certain point of view, whether we can complete this mission and keep the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers on the plains depends on whether we can kill this youth. If we can kill him, it means that the reinforcements have no more trump cards. If we cannot kill him, then we can only give up on this mission, turn back, and kill as many Qin soldiers as we can. These Wuji people knew better than anyone what kind of price they had to pay to force the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers to be like stray dogs. They could give up on the final encirclement for a youth. This sounded unbelievable. However, under this rider's explanation, even some low-level soldiers who only knew how to fight knew that this might be the cruel truth. Then why did you not fill in all of us just now? The brawny Wuji general had lost his previous anger and bowed his head even more humbly. He said, we do not fear death. I know you do not fear death. The rider looked seriously at him and said, but as a general, What you need to consider is not life and death, but whether this is useful for victory. If we cannot kill him, and all 5,000 cavalry are killed here, we will not win this battle, and the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers will be able to return to Yin Mountain. Then what should we do next? The brawny Wuji general looked up and asked helplessly with his mouth wide open like a fish about to die of thirst. Wait. The rider said coldly, I have sent a message to the main army for them to send enough cultivators. We will try to kill that youth. If we cannot, then we can only retreat. None of the Wuji cavalry knew when the rider had sent the message or how he had sent it, but they naturally believed the rider was speaking the truth. On the dark slope, Ding Ning did not converse with the Imperial Guard and Guyu Pass generals. He sat down next to Zhongsun Qianshue's carriage. You have come twice in a while. I just warned you that those two people are not normal, but I have nothing else to tell you. What do you want to do? When a soldier brought over a food box and a charcoal basin, and Ding Ning put the food box into the carriage, Zhongsun Qianshue's cool voice reached his ears. Ding Ning hesitated and then said seriously, I think you should not act. Zhongsun Qianshue said, Why should I act? Ding Ning put the charcoal basin at the front of the carriage and said, Because I want to gamble. Just now, that general in the enemy formation wants to try to kill me, and passively waiting for the other's next move is always the stupidest tactic. I want to see if I can kill that general in the enemy formation. Zhongsun Qianshue did not speak. Ding Ning looked up, took a deep breath and said softly, Do not be angry. You know I know Zheng Xiu too well, so she will arrange for people to follow me. Only when I truly encounter death will her people appear. I need to force her people out. Otherwise, we will never be safe, and we will never be able to escape her sight. The carriage was silent for many breaths. Then Zhongsun Qianshue's cold voice sounded. I will not act. Ding Ning nodded silently and stood up. Then he began to slowly walk down the slope. Looking at the moon that was becoming brighter and brighter in the night sky, he thought that the price of using a lifetime to truly see and understand a person was too great. Chapter 451. The Wuji vanguard cavalry stopped on the meadow. These men who were said to never get off their horses dismounted and leaned against their horses to rest. The person in ordinary clothing, who was actually commanding this cavalry, was disgusted by the stench of the horses. He sat alone at the edge of the cavalry. He looked at the distant Guyu Pass where all the lights had been extinguished. He thought silently, and a slight scornful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. While these Wuji troops were crude and had few cultivators, in his view, they could win against the Qin army more easily than any other army in the world. They had not fought on a large scale with the Qin army before, and had not been scared out of their wits. They did not know what kind of cruel slaughter they would encounter when large numbers of cultivators from the Qin dynasty entered the battle. If they were using them, then starting the war with the power of the country was already using them. Wuji would not win this battle. But if the Qin dynasty, or rather, Zheng Xiu, wanted to win, it would not be so simple. Because the armies of the dynasties in the world were truly defeated when the Basin Kendo ground was at its peak. After Yuanwu ascended the throne, the Qin dynasty fought on a large scale against the dynasties to take back Yangshan Commandery. But in that battle, it was only a surprise attack that succeeded. If it was a true head-on battle, the dynasties in the world would want to see what the present Qin dynasty would do after losing the Basin Kendo ground and that person. Wuji's battlefield was the test that the dynasties in the world were looking at. Thinking about the general situation, individual battles, and life and death were too insignificant and boring. Thinking about how he was able to encounter that legendary wine shop youth in Changling on such an enormous chessboard, he grew excited and found this battle even more interesting. For a general, controlling the lives of tens of thousands of people and fighting against truly important people was a pleasure. To be able to change an entire era and have a profound effect on future generations, that was success and true joy. The scornful smile gradually spread on this rider's lips into a smile of true joy. However, this kind of smile only lasted for a few short breaths of time. This rider was suddenly startled as he sensed a fierce killing intent suddenly descending from the heavens and earth. In this moment, his heart was so cold it almost stopped beating. He realized that he had been too careless. It dawned on him that he had underestimated this legendary young man. He realized that he had unknowingly made a terrible mistake. Moreover, this seemed to be the only mistake he had made, yet it had been caught by the other party. Before the rest of the cavalry could react, a transparent mass of high-speed air had already appeared in the air around this rider. When this visible mass of air approached this rider's body, only then did the rumbling sound of waves come from the distance. All of the Wuji soldiers woke up and started to shout. The horses neighed like a sea. Before this rider whose heart was so cold it was almost beating already gave a muffled grunt. 2 fingers on his right hand trembled intensely, the true essence in his body rapidly breaking through the air. A small black armor that was flat like a tortoise shell flew out from between his fingers, shooting out countless strange black light beams. These black rays of light caused the surrounding chi of heaven and earth to change, producing a strange refraction. Space seemed to distort. A loud thud was heard. It was as if the front of this rider had been struck by the giant fist of a deity. A muffled sound struck the ground in front of him, as if a real giant blade had chopped down, sending out large clumps of dirt. A muffled grunt sounded in the nearby night. In the shattered transparent air, a flying sword swayed as it flew back. The night air gave off the scent of fresh blood. It was obvious that the owner of the flying sword had been severely injured by the failure of this violent attack. This rider's body only swayed slightly, and then he stood still like a mountain. Only, there wasn't a trace of complacency between his brows, almost not stopping at all. His left hand pointed backwards, a streak of dim fluorescent light shooting out, disappearing in a flash. With a ding sound, it struck some unknown tiny object in the darkness. The sound was faint, but in the next moment, the entire space seemed to shake. I had not thought that you would dare to come to my door to assassinate me. The tortoise shell-like armor in front of the rider fell to the ground. He didn't even look. A slender and short green sword radiance flowed through the air like oil, appearing in his right hand. At the same time, this rider lightly shook his head, speaking with a bit of admiration. The sound of galloping horses could be heard. The Wuji cavalry started to shoot fire arrows in all directions under the shouts of multiple generals. In the light of the fire, these cavalry could only see multiple fast-charging shadows. They were too close and too fast. The arrow army was useless. Amidst furious shouts, the cultivators of the Wuji cavalry immediately charged around the rider. The green short sword in the rider's hand that continuously flowed with light like oil instead silently stopped. He knew that youth was among these people, and he also knew that these few people were just going to die against an army like this. The other had come to die. Pew! A flying sword blooming with many white flowers and a crimson flying sword suddenly appeared around a Wuji general at the same time sinisterly. There was an indiscernible moment when they appeared. As the Wuji general howled to deal with the crimson flying sword, the flying sword with many white flowers suddenly appeared and stabbed into the Wuji general's back. It did not come out of the chest like the other flying swords, but quickly retreated like a dragonfly skimming the water. The rider surrounded by the Wuji cultivators knew he was completely exposed. He also knew that the flying sword with many white flowers came from the youth. But he only shook his head slightly and said softly in self-mockery, "It seems they are all the same. Everyone knows and does not want more trouble." As he said this, he raised his head and looked to the left in front of him. Originally, there had been many burning arrows falling from that side. Many burning arrows had landed on the ground and caused the withered grass to burn. But at this time, it seemed to be covered by a grey shadow. A large empty space without any flames suddenly appeared in that place. All the horses whinnied in terror and uncontrollably retreated. Among the Wuji cultivators, the strongest general was holding an enormous long blade and guarding the rider. But at this time, even he felt he could not breathe. He sensed that a demon king was being born in the spreading grey shadow. The grey color quickly spread to the rider at the center of the Wuji cultivators. His gaze and the skin that was exposed outside of the black cloth became dim and dull. "Shen Xian, it is you?" His tone contained an indescribable shock. Multiple Wuji generals turned to look at him. Everyone could sense the power of the cultivator who had appeared and were waiting for his next order. This rider gave a strange whoozy sound from his throat. Horse hooves thundered on the ground. All of the whoozy cavalry started to charge towards the grey shadow-covered area. This rider knew he was going to die. But he hoped that the deaths of these cavalry could delay for some time until the majority of cultivators arrived. As the whoozy cultivators around him shouted and started to charge, his body flashed towards the black shadow behind him. A thread of coldness appeared in front of his throat. This rider sensed it in time and turned his body to the side. Silently, a faint line of blood appeared on the skin at the side of his neck. As he turned his head, the cold flying sword that had cut through his skin appeared in the air, blooming with fine white flowers and leaving him at a terrifying speed. Just now, this flying sword was extremely insidious and did not reveal any aura. It stayed on his escape route and stopped in the air above his throat. If this was an ordinary cultivator, just now, they would use their throat to hit this sword. He turned his head. On the chaotic battlefield, the multiple figures were still chasing him at high speed. On the other side, the dozens of riders at the front suddenly flew into the sky. These dozens of horses seemed to have lost their gravitational pull. As they ran, they flew into the sky. However, in the next moment, these horses and their riders all shattered, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that splattered outwards. Chapter 452. Those above Realm 7 were grandmasters of a generation. The reason that Changling was the center of all the changes in the world was because Changling was the place with the most cultivation places in the world. Yet, there were differences between Realm 7s. Changling had many Realm 7s, but there were not many Realm 7s who could match great rebels like Jiao Sai of the Jiao Sword Furnace and Bai Shanshui of the Wei Cloud Water Palace. In order to kill Jiao Zhon, she had to summon Yi Xileng back. In order to stabilize the rear of the Deer Mountain Conference, she had to set up a trap to kill these great rebels. In the scheme that Zheng Xiu had set up in the past, Shen Xian was one of the people who could match these great rebels. This rider knew that the Qin dynasty would not easily let this youth who had won first place in the Minute Mountain Sword Sect die. Yet, he did not know that Ding Ning had the heaven-replenishing divine art that Zheng Xiu desired. So, he could not have expected that Zheng Xiu would send someone like Shen Xian. He wanted to try to kill this youth. Yet, this youth used a suicidal move to break his scheme and put him in a situation of certain death. What choice did he have? This rider felt the warm blood flowing down his neck, and an indescribable bitterness appeared at the corners of his mouth. Dozens of riders flew into the air, their bodies torn to pieces. Yet, the Wuji riders behind them gave even more furious shouts. The bulkiest Wuji commander shouted furiously, his body swelling. His power flooded into the enormous long blade he held in his hands. He swung it forward, and split apart the grey ball of energy coming at him. Multiple Wuji cultivators followed behind him, charging into the grey ball of energy at the same time. Yet, in this moment, the pupils of this bulkiest Wuji cultivator and the Wuji cultivators behind him contracted, their bodies uncontrollably turning cold and stiff. In front of the tip of his enormous long blade, there was a one-armed person in grey robes. The tip of the long saber in his hand was almost touching the tip of the one-armed man's nose. The one-armed person in grey robes reached out and slapped the long blade in his hand. This movement seemed very gentle and slow. However, he couldn't dodge. Instead, he felt as if there was an enormous, unimaginably heavy sea of blood slapping down on his blade. There was a light cracking sound. The thick and sturdy saber was shattered. Yet, this bulkiest Wuji commander did not detect that his blade had shattered. Because at the same time, his entire body had shattered. The shattered blade pieces and flesh flew with the wind towards the cultivators behind him. These cultivators' bodies were strangely fixed in this wild wind like stones. Then Shen Xian passed between them. When his figure appeared in the sight of the riders behind him, the Wuji cultivators who were frozen in the wind seemed to be crushed by a heavy object. Their bodies gave off muffled vibrations, and then their bodies seemed to shrink, hit the ground, and crumbled. The entire army suddenly stopped Wuji's charge. This was one of the most elite Wuji cavalry. Yet at this time, the sound of countless horses colliding came from the formation. Only now, seeing this one-armed man in grey robes walk out of the sea of blood, did these fierce Wuji soldiers show true terror in their eyes. They finally realized the most terrifying aspect of the Qin dynasty. A strong enough cultivator could match an army, and even massacre a city. This was not just a legend. In these years, even Lin Zhujiu and Ding Ning had never underestimated Shen Xian. That rider, completely different from these Wuji soldiers, had stopped completely. 2 items slid out from the depths of his left and right sleeves, landing in his left and right palms. Then, the true essence in his body surged towards the thing in his left palm. There was a loud boom. His left hand's fingers were first shaken apart, blood flowing between his fingernails. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed out from the center of his palm and spread outwards. When the shockwave spread back to his body, he let out a muffled groan and his entire body flew backward. An arrow of blood spurted out from his mouth, tearing the black cloth covering his face into pieces. It was like a world was being formed. Even he, who released such power, could not match it. A hint of shock appeared in Shen Xian's eyes that had been cold all this time. He looked up. In his perception, there were countless dancing seal lines in the rapidly expanding shockwave. They were like giant whips lashing out into the night sky and into the distance. Sky sealing seal. In the next instant, he realized what this was, and with true shock, he spat out 3 words. The dozens of Wuji soldiers closest to this rider also flew away with their horses in all directions. Before anyone could see the rider's true appearance, a glowing layer of light appeared in front of Shen Xian. A dozen or so cavalry soldiers happened to be in the area where this layer of sparkling light was formed, and then their bodies were directly cut in 2. The blood on both sides sprayed on this layer of sparkling light, making this layer of sparkling light look exceptionally thin. Under the broken black cloth was the face of a young man who looked very delicate. He had a standard oval face, and his chin was even sharper than many women's chins. While covered in blood, he still had an eerie beauty. He did not look at Shen Xian behind the thin layer of light. His gaze landed on the youth just a few dozen feet from him. At this time, an indescribable emotion formed in his heart. In his view, Ding Ning could not have not sensed the great power of the true seal. That power was enough to stop Shen Xian for a long time. Yet Ding Ning's expression was still calm, and he looked at him like he was looking at a scenery. He could understand Ding Ning's solution. But he could not understand why there was no change in emotion when he came to truly die. Just because he could not understand did not mean he would slow down. Without any hesitation, his vital energy surged furiously into the thing in his right hand, just like just now when he activated the strongest true seal of Celestial Seal Sect. The flesh on his right hand quickly withered, turning to black sand and falling to the ground. A blade mark appeared in the air and ground in front of him, and spread towards Ding Ning like it was cutting through space. The moment the flesh on his right hand withered to black sand and fell to the ground, Ding Ning gave a muffled grunt. He could not withstand the gathering and vibrations of the primal energies of the universe in front of him. Blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. But at this time, he did not move at all. He looked unconcernedly at Shen Xian behind the crystal light. Shen Xian stared at him from a distance. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. The flames of anger seemed to burn. Shen Xian's grey robes immediately turned red. His grey robes were soaked with his own blood. The cultivator whose hand was falling to the ground suddenly stopped breathing. He could not sense how Shen Xian had forced the enormous vital energy and primal energies of the universe out of his body at this moment. It was as though he had skipped this process. At this moment, a spinning red cloud appeared around Shen Xian. The red clouds were like countless layers of red silk that were stacked together, and like a fountain, they shot upwards. Blinding light lit up high in the sky. Those rays of light did not shoot straight into the surrounding night sky, but twisted in the air like seal scripts. A red pillar of blood appeared in front of Ding Ning out of thin air and met the blade mark. A cracking sound was heard. The fingers of the sharp-chinned cultivator's right hand were cut off. A brown metal piece fell from his hand like a broken blade. This cultivator pressed his lips together, but blood still gushed out of his mouth like hot porridge. The glowing layer of light in front of Sun Xian gradually disappeared. All of the Wuji cavalry unconsciously retreated in shock. Other than his grey robes turning blood red, Sun Xian did not seem to have changed at all. Yet at this time, Sun Xian looked at Ding Ning and said harshly, "If I die, can you live?" Chapter 453. Other than the cultivator with the severed fingers, no one in the Wuji cavalry could understand the meaning of Sun Xian's words. Ding Ning naturally understood the meaning of Sun Xian's words. Facing Sun Xian's powerful presence, who had forced back an entire army, his expression did not change much. He shook his head at Sun Xian and said, "Live together, or die together." Sun Xian was silent. A layer of the earth around him was inexplicably shaved off. The Wuji cavalry cultivator with the severed fingers felt he understood the meaning of Ding Ning's words and felt that Ding Ning had won the gamble. He was not a Realm 7 expert, but just now, he had activated the power of Realm 7, and far surpassed most Realm 7 cultivators. The price he paid was that the meridians in his body had been torn into countless wounds by his own vital essence. In the end, the impact of the powerful force caused the shattered vital essence to wander everywhere in his severely injured meridians, constantly invading them. Cracks had appeared on his internal organs, causing him to cough up blood non-stop. But at this time, Sun Xian also started to cough. Even he could feel the pain contained in Sun Xian's cough. Sun Xian coughed and looked at Ding Ning. He said, "We are about to die." Ding Ning smiled and said, "I do not feel that you are the last pawn." The cultivator with the severed fingers did not ponder the meaning of Ding Ning's words. He sensed something and instinctively turned around. He saw a sandstorm. The lands of Wuji were covered in lush grasslands. Only the distant Donghu could have sandstorms that could cover the sky and sun. However, at that moment, he saw a real sandstorm. This cultivator with the severed fingers on his right hand could think through many problems. His vision and intelligence far surpassed his cultivation. Seeing this sandstorm, he was even more shocked. He started to realize that Ding Ning had made a fatal mistake in his plan. This mistake was time. If Ding Ning wanted to force Sun Xian out, then he should have come earlier to die. But just now, Ding Ning and Sun Xian's last words made him understand that this mistake was purposefully made by Ding Ning. He did not understand the Empress as well as Ding Ning. So he turned around in bewilderment. He looked with no shock or anger at the black plains behind Sun Xian. He thought, was there someone who could stop Ding Ning's death? Sun Xian was already next to Ding Ning. He only had one hand, and it hung miserably by his side. But a cold and faint killing intent had already enveloped Ding Ning. He did not even need to use his own hand to kill Ding Ning. Who knows who you will die to in a battle like this? He looked at Ding Ning and said slowly and lowly. Ding Ning smiled and shook his head. He did not look at the coming sandstorm and turned to look at the night behind him. You do not dare, because you also need to confirm if there are other people watching you. Sun Xian grew silent. Ding Ning said coolly, from a certain point of view, we have a common enemy. We need to force that person out. If that person is not there, we will die together. Sun Xian controlled his strong murderousness and sneered. You are really perverse. Ding Ning turned to look at him. It is an honor to be praised by official Sun. Sun Xian did not look at him because the black sandstorm had arrived. The edge of the sandstorm touched the back of the cavalry like a soft mist. All of these trained horses immediately fell into chaos. In the next moment, this cavalry disappeared from Sun Xian and Ding Ning's sight. Countless metallic clangs rang out. The chaotic Wuji soldiers in the sandstorm saw in shock that when the sandstorm passed, the blades hanging by their sides, and even the blades in their hands, left their control, were wrapped up by the sandstorm and flew forward. A figure came with the sandstorm. The reason they could see him in the sandstorm was because this person's presence was unimaginably powerful, so powerful that this person's figure seemed to be taller than a mountain. This figure passed through the chaotic cavalry. All the Wuji soldiers saw him reach out a hand. In the next instant, the figure disappeared amidst the countless swords and sabers. Countless sabers and swords formed a huge weapon. It could be said that it was like a saber or a sword. It slashed towards Ding Ning. When the sandstorm drowned the cavalry, Shen Xian's figure was standing in front of Ding Ning. When the blades slashed towards Ding Ning, they first slashed at him. At this time, Shen Xian knew what Ding Ning wanted to do. When he had spoken with Ding Ning, he had made his choice. So the remaining vital energy in his body charged out without reservation, erupting through all the meridians in his body and through the pores of his skin. All the blood on the bloody robe disappeared. All the blood, even the blood in his body, seemed to have been shaken out by him at this moment. With a loud bang, a huge cloud of blood mist burst out like a huge blooming flower. Countless extremely fine strands of qi and blood flew out, forming a specific path, and then attracting even more heaven and earth yuan qi. Among the enormous roar, there was the sound of air hissing. It was as if countless thin snakes had congealed into a huge blood-red snake, opening its mouth to devour the huge sword that was slashing towards it. The figure in the midst of the blades frowned slightly as though he had not expected Shen Xian to use such an attack. Yet his forward posture and presence did not change. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched. The air suddenly shook. The countless swords and sabers flying forward sped up again. All the swords and sabers became even more condensed. The swords and sabers stacked together in front of him. Boom! The enormous flower of blood was cut open. Shen Xian shouted and flew backwards. The blades continued to move forward steadily. Following the will of the person behind them, they continued to stab towards Ding Ning. In the distant sky, numerous snowflakes fell, but no one could detect them. The wind created by the blades had reached Ding Ning's body. However, due to the sharpness of the wind, Ding Ning's body was already bleeding as if he had been cut by blades. Yet Ding Ning still did not move. He even smiled, like he was welcoming death with a smile. A good blade, divine emperor. A voice with a hint of emotion could be heard at this moment. When this voice sounded, Ding Ning's eyes also showed great emotion. He shook his head and said inside, "I thought it was Pan Ruoy, not you." Chapter 454. As this emotional voice sounded, the huge sword and saber froze in the air, and then began to disintegrate layer by layer, like snow that filled the sky. What followed was the collapse of the black sandstorm. The wind blew the sand into the air, but did not land on the ground, and flew upwards. Just now, the Wuji cavalry trapped in the sandstorm could finally see clearly. Yet, not only were their horses panicking, all the Wuji soldiers retreated in panic. All of them sensed an even more terrifying aura in the clear air. Behind Ding Ning and Shen Xian, who had fallen to the ground, an enormous hole seemed to appear in the air. Countless streams of air were sucked in and passed into another space. Sensing this aura, Shen Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lingshu Sword Gate. Jiyu Huai. Among the flying swords, the cultivator who had come with the sandstorm was truly shocked and spoke slowly and coldly. When his note rang out in the night, all the swords and sabers in the sky seemed to be pulled by invisible threads and stopped in the air. This had nothing to do with the terrifying presence spreading through the air. Hearing this person's words, the Wuji cavalry retreated in panic. Even the most ignorant Wuji people in the desert knew that the strongest sword-using sects in the world were Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. Jiyu Huai was the sect master of Lingshu Sword Gate. The cultivator with the 5 fingers on his right hand had fallen powerlessly to the ground. But looking at the enormous hole in the air, and hearing the voice in the night, he was shocked speechless. He had thought that cultivators from Lingshu Sword Gate would appear on this battlefield, but he had never expected that the person who appeared behind Ding Ning would be the sect master of Lingshu Sword Gate. The enormous hole in the air started to shrink like a withered flower. A man in purple robes appeared in everyone's sight along with the disappearing hole. This was a tall man who gave off the feeling of being middle-aged. However, there was not a single wrinkle on his fair jade-like skin. His eyes were also light purple, and his slender hair was also suffused with a purple glow. It fluttered behind him as if it had a life of its own. He was the sect master of one of the 2 strongest sword sects in the world, but at this time, he had no sword essence on him. He seemed like he would turn to nothingness at any moment and disappear from the world. I had not expected to encounter you. The cultivators among the silent swords looked at the sect master of Lingshu Swordgate, who had only appeared in legends, and spoke their thoughts sincerely. He was slightly shorter than Jiyu Huai, and slightly older. His body was dressed in rough fur robes like many Wuji people, but he appeared unspeakably clean. His face was very ordinary, but it was also very clean. There were no accessories on his body, and his hair was also very short. It looked like there was nothing extra on him. I also had not expected to encounter you. Jiyu Huai looked coolly at this cultivator and said, Sword and Saber Divine Emperor Tang Xin. I had not expected you to be so strong. But what I do not understand is, you did not act when Zhongshan was destroyed. Why did you act when Wuji and the Qin dynasty were fighting? There are too many people on the Basin Kendo ground, I cannot win. The man Jiyu Huai called Tang Xin said directly, also, I do not like Zhongshan Lord and the others. The corners of Jiyu Huai's mouth rose slightly, as though he found his answer interesting. Tang Xin continued, but I'm very comfortable here, and there are a few people who I think are pretty good who have already died in the battle with your army. Hearing this person's words, Shen Xian, who had fallen to the ground, murmured to himself coldly, another pervert. He was reassured now. Jiyu Huai was here. At least, he would not die here. Jiyu Huai looked deeply at Tang Xin and said, those with strength are often willful. Tang Xin glanced coolly back at Jiyu Huai. If one does not do what they like, then what is there to do? What is the point of having great cultivation? Jiyu Huai's lips curled slightly. This made him appear slightly proud, and he could not agree with Tang Xin's actions of going to death because of his likes. Tang Xin looked up. He had been one of the strongest cultivators of Zhongshan in the past. Zhongshan had been destroyed by the Qin army along the way. He had not acted, but now, he was fighting the master of Lingshu Sword Gate out of pure pleasure. So when he looked up, he appeared prouder than Jiyu Huai. The conversation between truly important people was not out of wariness towards the other, but to a certain extent, out of respect for people of the same level. At this point, all that was left was a good fight. The moment Tang Xin looked up, the swords floating silently in the air started to shatter. The hard metal silently turned to fragments. Thousands of swords shattered into tens of thousands of fragments, and then formed a new sandstorm that blew forward. Each fragment contained great power and murderousness. Jiyu Huai was standing in front of him, but Tang Xin knew that was not his true body. If he wanted to pose a true threat to the other, and even kill the master of Lingshu Swordgate who only existed in legends, he first had to force his true body out of the primal energies of the universe. The fragments of swords started to turn into fiery red meteors, and became red threads that pierced through space, so dense that they could change the paths of most primal energies of the universe. In everyone's gaze, Jiyu Huai's expression quickly grew grave. But in the next moment, he only glanced at the cultivator who had fallen to the ground with his fingers cut off. There was a soft sound. A purple sword light appeared in the air in front of the cultivator, and penetrated his chest. Blood, shattered bones, and flesh charged out of the cultivator's back. The cultivator used the last of his power to look at Tang Xin and Ding Ning, and then hung his head and died. In a fight against a cultivator like Tang Xin, the first thing Jiyu Huai did was to kill this cultivator who was so seriously injured he could not release any power. Tang Xin's expression did not change. In this moment, he just moved his mind slightly. The fragments gave off the light of the brightest gems, and sped up, surpassing all of the sword fragments and falling towards Ding Ning's forehead. Jiyu Huai killed the cultivator immediately, and he killed Ding Ning immediately. Bam! 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 Multiple vibrations. Ding Ning did not move, but these fragments that most Realm 7s could not stop hit an impenetrable wall dozens of feet in front of him. They exploded into a ball of energy, and then shattered into dust hard to see with the naked eye. Jiyu Huai's figure appeared behind the balls of energy. The previous him was still standing not far away, but at this moment, he was slowly retracting his outstretched hand. As his hand slowly pulled back, the distant Jiyu Huai suddenly disappeared into the void. Tang Xin's gaze flashed slightly. All the scraps of swords and sabers lost their power and killing intent, flying forward like real dust. Was it worth it? He looked seriously at Jiu Huai's true body and asked. At this time, Jiu Huai's appearance was no different from the previous Jiu Huai, but his body gave off a feeling of being real. Hearing Tang Xin stop to ask this, he smiled slightly and appeared more real. This person is a famous general of the Chu, and has important weapons of the Yang. If I do not kill him directly, and leave him alive, there will be great trouble for this battle. He paused, looked at Tang Xin and said, also, while you forced out my true body, I can still defeat you, because you know, I was originally from the Basin Kendo ground. Chapter 455. The wind suddenly stopped. Everyone could sense the confidence and pride in Jiu Huai's words. Everyone could understand his confidence and pride. Ding Ning looked at his back and sensed his presence. Hearing these words, he was worried that Zhongsun Qianxue in the distance would not attack because of Jiu Huai's words. Somewhat laughable. However, when she heard Jiu Huai's words, Tang Xin shook her head. A mocking smile rose on her lips as she said indifferently, "Don't worry." Jiu Huai immediately frowned and said, "How is it laughable? I have seen many people from the Basin Kendo ground fight." Tang Xin did not argue with him and calmly stated the facts. Including that person. I have seen that person attack and feel I am not a match for him. Adding on that I do not like Lord Zhongshan and the others, I even had thoughts of entering the Basin Kendo ground out of admiration. At that time, the Basin Kendo ground was a place that even enemies admired. Tang Xin's scornful smile widened and then he said, but what people admired was not just their power, but their speed and joy. But in the end, after the change in Changling, I found that the souls of the Basin Kendo ground were only in a small half of the people. That person died in battle, Yang Xinlan died in battle, and the Basin Kendo ground was destroyed. The rest of the people are either cowards who are afraid of death, or people who fight for power and profit, disregard friendship, and are two-faced people. Ba Mountain Swordfield is long gone. If we are talking about the people of Ba Mountain Swordfield, I fear only Lin Zhujiu and a few others who just escaped the water prison qualify to say so. Your sword heart is not straight, and your sword essence will never be as strong as that person's. Are you sure you can use the Basin Kendo ground to win against me? Tang Xin's voice echoed in the night. His words were not polite and did not give Jiu Huai any face. A cultivator like him who would fight an enemy who could kill him because of his own preferences would not care about other people's feelings. Actually, you don't understand. Jiu Huai shook his head as if he wanted to explain, but in the end, he felt that there was no need to. The Yuan Qi in Tang Xin's body had already been adjusted to its most perfect state, so he didn't want to talk anymore. Please. He made a move. He stretched out his left hand first, and a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. This pillar-like bolt of lightning extended from his left hand all the way up to the endless sky. No one could tell if this bolt of lightning came from his hand, or if it was the lightning from the clouds in the sky that fell and gathered in his hand. Following the appearance of this lightning bolt, the air in front of him rapidly split apart. It was a saber intent. The bolt of lightning in his left hand was his saber. His right hand was still hanging by his side, but at the same time, all the wind in the wilderness seemed to gather in his right hand. A green long sword appeared in his right hand. Countless black sand and green winds were surging within the sword, as if countless sandstorms were brewing. Using the wind and thunder of the world, this was the method of the legendary immortals. Yet for some unknown reason, when the saber essence attacked Jiu Huai's solemn expression showed a hint of disapproval. Before the lightning, a black dot appeared in the sky. The black dot grew rapidly in everyone's sight. All the Wuji soldiers who had retreated far away, including the cultivators who had come with Ding Ning, were so shocked they could not believe their eyes. It was a mountain. A sword-shaped mountain. Following Jiu Huai's thoughts, what appeared in the sky was a small mountain in the shape of a long sword. This mountain shone with the luster of black iron, but it was different from ordinary black iron. The surface of this sword mountain gave off a metallic luster, and all of them were hexagonal flashes. All of the light seemed to be coming out in parallel pieces, and not sharp edges. Only heavenly iron that came from a meteorite could emit such a luster. This was a mountain of metal. Or to be more precise, this was a sword forged from the entire heavenly iron mountain. This was Jiyu Huai's sword. This was the life bond sword he had cultivated on the Basin Kendo ground, the Sword Mountain sword. No one knew what kind of sword manual he had comprehended, and what kind of unique primal energies of the universe he had used to forge such a sword. But now, everyone could sense the strong life bond presence of this sword, and its heaviness. All of the sword essence his sword gave off right now was heaviness. A cracking sound was heard. The sword had only dropped down, but it had easily broken through Tang Xin's blade. The heavy sword intent continued to attack Tang Xin. But in this moment, Jiyu Huai shouted in shock and fury. Tang Xin attacked at this time. But the indigo sword in his right hand did not care about anything else and stabbed towards Jiyu Huai's body. Pew 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 pew, fine sounds of holes breaking came from the left side of Tang Xin's body. Blood sprayed out of his entire left arm, and a bloody mist came out of his skin. A crack sounded on Jiyu Huai's body. A sword mark appeared on his chest. Countless strands of black energy stabbed into his body like black sand from the overturned flesh. Boom! The world shook. Everyone, along with their horses, was thrown off the ground. The heavy Sword Mountain sword fell to the ground, forming a true mountain between Tang Xin and Jiyu Huai. Tang Xin and Jiyu Huai's bodies were swept up by the wind and flew backwards. Tang Xin's left arm hung limply. His left arm was completely crippled. Jiyu Huai coughed continuously. With each cough, he spat out large amounts of blood and black sand. Sun Xian's body was also thrown back. Another lunatic. As he let out a muffled groan, he cursed fiercely in his heart. At this time, Tang Xin attacked again. His indigo long sword pointed at the Sword Mountain sword in front of him. Crack! The indigo long sword in his hand snapped. The Sword Mountain sword, which was as heavy as a mountain, was directly sent flying into the sky by the sword strike. The enormous shadow of the flying Sword Mountain sword covered Jiyu Huai, who was still coughing up blood. Jiyu Huai lost his calm and shouted, "Each blow seems to seek death, both sides will be wounded. No one fights like you. We are not competing in sword skill, but life and death." A disdainful smile appeared at the corners of Tang Xin's mouth. He seemed to feel that Jiyu Huai, the master of Lingshu Swordgate, was laughable for him to say such a thing. Then he threw hard, throwing the broken half of his indigo longsword towards Jiyu Huai. With this throw, the broken sword turned into indigo winds. In the air in front of him, there seemed to be an enormous indigo dragon charging towards Jiyu Huai. This blow did not care about himself, and was still a suicidal attack. The Sword Mountain sword fell further, as though it was going to press down on Jiyu Huai. As a result, Jiyu Huai's face seemed to become darker in the shadows. Jiyu Huai looked up. When he looked up this time, his eyes were filled with indescribable meaning. The primal energies of the universe in his body surged out without restraint. The heavy Sword Mountain sword sped up as he looked up, flying up at an unbelievable speed and becoming a black dot in the sky. This was an unimaginable scene. All of the Wuji cavalry trembled. An enormous roar sounded in the sky. It was like the giant hammer of a god hitting the endless sky. The black night sky suddenly turned white. The black Sword Mountain sword turned white. Then this largest and heaviest sword in the world fell down at an even more terrifying speed. It grew larger in everyone's eyes, and caused their pupils to contract unconsciously. Sky Metal Mountain was covered in white starfire. Proud and cold flows of white fire flowed down the surface of Sky Metal Mountain, bringing the mountain itself and smashing hard against the indigo dragon head. The indigo wind dragon and the Sword Mountain covered in white flames met in the night sky. There was a loud bang. Ding Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt even colder. The light in the sky suddenly disappeared. The Sword Mountain fell to the ground. A wave of dust spread in all directions like a tsunami. With this Sword Mountain as the center, a layer of the ground was shaved off, and an enormous hole appeared. Tang Xin's figure had disappeared. He did not know if he had disappeared into the wave of dust or had been pressed under the Sword Mountain. Jiyu Huai bowed his head and coughed up blood. He was still alive right now, which meant he had won this battle. But there was no pride in his eyes right now. This was because he knew better than anyone else where the power to defeat Tang Xin's sword came from. Chapter 456. Ding Ning bowed his head slightly to express his respect for the true emperor of Zhongshan. Some people could represent a country, or even an era. If Bai Shanshui represented the survival of Wei, then Tang Xin represented Zhongshan. Since Tang Xin was dead, then Zhongshan was truly gone. On a gentle slope in the distant Yin Mountain stood 4 cultivators who couldn't fight due to their agreement and checks and balances. The Sword Mountain sword was so enormous that when it fell covered in starfire, it became the brightest light in the night sky. They could see it clearly. Xiao Sharon looked coldly at the trajectory left behind by the white starfire in the night sky and slowly said, "The Sword Mountain sword is very large." These words sounded like nonsense. The Sword Mountain sword was a mountain of celestial metal, of course it was very large. However, at this moment, the 3 people around him could all understand the meaning behind his words. Gang Ren nodded, his eyes filled with indescribable meaning. It needs to be large enough for her to sense it. Yelu Tsanglang nodded and said in a cold voice, "A person like Jiyu Huai needs to rely on the power of a woman." The tall armored cultivator with 2 blades on his back sneered. No wonder Lingshu Sword Gate is working for that woman. So it is because they want to borrow that woman's power. Zheng Xiu is not an ordinary woman, Xiao Sharon said slowly. I fear this is not because Jiyu Huai wants to borrow her power to use Lingshu Sword Gate, but because Zheng Xiu used his sword in the past. If he was not used, he would have died with the people of the Basin Kendo ground. These 4 were the top cultivators in the world, and strictly speaking, they were enemies. But their conversation was direct and did not avoid the topic. Yelu Tsanglang grew silent. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Zheng Xiu is not an ordinary woman. Gang Ren looked up slightly and sighed softly to himself. This place is too far from Changling, so she can only sense a sword as large as the Sword Mountain sword that carries so much primal energies of the universe. She can use this sword, but in Changling, I do not know how many swords she can use. The tall armored cultivator with 2 blades on his back trembled inexplicably. Countless fragments of light shot out from the many wounds on his armor. Everyone in the world knew that Zheng Xiu was very powerful. But when he saw the Sword Mountain sword fall with his own eyes, he knew that Zheng Xiu was stronger than he had imagined. If she was as worried as Gang Ren was right now, in Changling, if she could summon many of these swords at the same time, how strong would she be? Most importantly, he knew that this was not impossible. This is something you can do, but you want Mo Shouqing to bear the infamy. She's not an ordinary woman. The words seemed to be praise, but Yelu Tsanglang's face was full of disdain. Changling is too far. Fortunately, that is not a problem we need to consider now. It is not a problem we need to consider now, but maybe it will be a problem we need to consider in the future. Gang Ren looked down at the place where the Sword Mountain sword fell, and at the whirling sand as he spoke seriously. Yelu Tsanglang and the cultivator with 2 blades on his back both understood the meaning of his words and fell silent. You think we will undoubtedly lose this battle. Many breaths later, Yelu Tsanglang took a deep breath and said slowly, but Shen Xian and Jiyu Huai are seriously wounded. Even if we cannot act, there are many possibilities to kill them on the grasslands. I feel that this battle is full of variables. Wuji's most elite cavalry retreated in disarray and disappeared into the darkness. The enormous Sword Mountain sword was still trembling slightly, creating plumes of dust and wind. Some of the star fire that had not dissipated flowed to the ground under the sword, burning the earth into black rock that flashed with a strange light. But there was no heat, and people could not help but feel it was cold. Jiyu Huai slowly turned around and took out a handkerchief from his sleeve. He covered his mouth and coughed, his fingertips turning red. He looked at Ding Ning who had his head bowed. His eyes grew cold as he said softly, "If you dare to do this again, I will kill you first." Ding Ning stilled and then said with slight disdain, "You do not dare, or you will kill me this time." Jiyu Huai did not move. But the moment Ding Ning finished speaking, there was a boom. Ding Ning's body flew backwards like a broken kite and then landed hard on the ground. Ding Ning started to cough, blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Looking at Ding Ning, who could not get up immediately, Jiyu Huai said disdainfully, "You are right. I do not dare to kill you, but I can teach you a lesson as I wish, and even kill the people around you. Your mistake is, you do not understand your status in Changling." Ding Ning looked up and smiled at Jiyu Huai. Jiyu Huai frowned and said with disgust, "No wonder not many people in Changling like you. Even your smile is so disgusting." "Disgusting because I hate you, but you don't know why I hate you," Ding Ning said in his mind, still smiling. At this time, pale starfire fell from the sky again. Strands of starfire continuously landed on the Sword Mountain sword, and the heavenly Iron Mountain seemed to be burning again. In the next moment, the Sword Mountain sword disappeared from the plains, and so did Jiyu Huai's figure. "Look, you are not Zheng Xiu's last pawn." Ding Ning slowly stood up. He turned and walked towards Shen Xian, who was still sitting on the ground. He still had a smile that Shen Xian found disgusting and said softly, even in Jiyu Huai's eyes, "You are nothing." Hearing Ding Ning's words, Shen Xian, soaked in blood, looked up coldly and narrowed his eyes. "Have you forgotten what Jiyu Huai said to you just now? You think I cannot casually teach you a lesson?" Ding Ning did not respond to his words. He looked up at the disappearing starfire in the night sky and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He asked in response, "Do you think there is a difference between you bringing the heaven-replenishing divine art and Jiyu Huai bringing the heaven-replenishing divine art back to Zheng Xiu?" Shen Xian's gaze flickered violently. He looked straight at Ding Ning, murderousness flowing out of his eyes, but he did not speak. "If the one who obtained the heaven-replenishing divine art was Jiyu Huai, I fear that not just in Changling, even here, you are dispensable." Ding Ning ignored his gaze and said calmly, "Also, the water prison has been broken. I fear that Zheng Xiu will not trust you." Shen Xian was silent for a moment and then sneered. "What do you want to say?" Ding Ning also laughed and said, "I just want to make a deal with you. Help me kill Jiyu Huai, and I will bring the heaven-replenishing divine art back to Changling for you." "What did you say?" Shen Xian's pupils contracted. A wave of primal energies of the universe came out of nowhere and landed at Ding Ning's throat, lifting Ding Ning's body into the air. Ding Ning could not breathe, but he did not speak. He just looked at Shen Xian with a smile. Shen Xian took a deep breath as though the one who had been unable to breathe a moment ago had been him. His eyes flashed violently. The wave of energy disappeared and Ding Ning's feet landed on the ground. "I did not misjudge you. You are better than most people in Changling at pretending to be weak and seriously injured." Ding Ning did not look at him and started to walk back towards Guyu Pass. "You can carefully consider my proposal." Chapter 457. Shen Xian did not fall to the ground again. He stood up and followed behind Ding Ning. "You are not afraid Jiyu Huai will hear you say this to me?" There was no longer any murderous intent in his eyes, only some coercion and ruthlessness. With his current injuries, any other Realm 7 would be able to kill him. "Your life is not as important as the heaven-replenishing divine art, so you must protect my safety." But his life is more important than the heaven-replenishing divine art. At least, that is what he thinks. So he will immediately retreat far away to heal. Ding Ning did not turn his head and sneered. "Even if I die, even if the heaven-replenishing divine art is buried with me, Zheng Xiu will not kill him. But I fear you will not be so lucky." Shen Xian heard the sound of dry grass under his feet and slowly said, "How do you know she wants the heaven-replenishing divine art?" Ding Ning turned to look at him and said, "Because I have comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art. I know what the heaven-replenishing divine art means to her." Shen Xian was silent for a moment and said, "Why do you have to kill Jiyu Huai?" Ding Ning looked at the night sky and said softly with slight scorn, "My teacher Xue is not in Changling. My sect uncle Li Daoji is not in Changling. My eldest sect brother Zhongyi is not in Changling. Wang Taishu is not in Changling. Even most of my friends are not in Changling. Since Changling does not like me, Why do I have to return? After a pause, Ding Ning said, Wuji and Donghu are places she cannot enter. But if you want to truly leave her sight, you have to kill Ji Huai. Shen Xian thought for a moment and said, What benefits do I have? Ding Ning stopped walking and turned to look at him. Unless you do not want to return to Changling. If you do not want to return to Changling, then you will want to kill Ji Huai and leave her sight. For someone like you, if you do not want to return to Changling, you will not immediately ask what benefits there are. For someone like me? Shen Xian smiled coldly. I don't even know what kind of person I am. Ding Ning also laughed and said, It is not important that you do not know what kind of person you are, but what is most important is that you are not satisfied. We are both cultivators. Why is your treatment lower than others? If you can return to Changling, there are endless possibilities for you. Shen Xian's smile disappeared. He looked at Ding Ning and said in a cold voice, You are too smart. The mocking smile on Ding Ning's face deepened. Don't you want to join forces with smart people? Shen Xian didn't get angry. How can we kill him? From here to Donghu, I will find a chance. Ding Ning nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and continued to walk back to Guyu Pass. This time, Shen Xian did not follow. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. Thank you. After returning to the slope where the Imperial Guard army was stationed at Guyu Pass and explaining the battle situation, Ding Ning did not communicate with the overjoyed guards and Imperial Guard army. He rested for a while and entered Zhongsun Qianshue's carriage. He spoke seriously to Zhongsun Qianshue. Do not thank me. Zhongsun Qianshue looked at him and said coldly, I did not know it was Ji Huai. If I had known in advance, since he could work with Zheng Xiu, I would not have been able to kill him. When he was seriously injured, I would not have been able to go. Ding Ning was used to her way of speaking. He nodded. I will try to kill him. You cannot act. Zhongsun Qianshue looked up. Her beautiful lips suddenly trembled in the darkness. Do you want to kill Shen Xian as well, or do you really want Shen Xian to take the heaven-replenishing divine art back to Zheng Xiu? Ding Ning had an indescribable expression. He was silent for a moment and said, I decided this after seeing Ji Huai's last blow. His words were hard to understand, but Zhongsun Qianshue could naturally understand. He gave a definite answer. He really wanted Shen Xian to take the heaven-replenishing divine art back to Changling and give it to Zheng Xiu. Why? She asked. I found that she is stronger than we imagined, so strong that she can threaten Yuanwu. Ding Ning met her gaze and said seriously, If the heaven-replenishing divine art is in her hands, if she really is stronger than Yuanwu, what will happen? Zhongsun Qianshue's brows gradually furrowed, but she did not speak. I do not think Yuanwu will be reassured. I also want to see what she will do. Ding Ning looked at Zhongsun Qianshue and said, I want to see what will happen between them in the end. Just an adulterous couple. Zhongsun Qianshue sneered and said, But what if she cannot surpass Yuanwu in the end, or the two of them still maintain a certain boundary like now? Even if she obtains the heaven-replenishing divine art, I will still be stronger than her, Ding Ning said softly and confidently. I just need enough time. Zhongsun Qianshue glanced at him and did not speak. Ding Ning did not speak and thought with a bowed head. How could he lure out Ji Huai again without Zhongsun Qianshue acting and then kill him? The 3,000 elite cavalry had retreated. Even a certain knowledgeable commander hidden among them had been killed. All the soldiers of Guyu Pass and the Imperial Guard army were temporarily safe. But in the dark night, there were countless Qin people on the verge of death. They could die at any moment on the plains. Li Shixing carried Hu Jingjing on his back. He bent down, his hands occasionally landing on the ground as he ran through the grass like a wolf. Put me down. Hu Jingjing had fainted several times. While she was awake now, her consciousness was gradually blurring. She started to feel her body grow colder, so cold that even Li Shixing's body could not warm her. She knew that this was the start of her life passing, so she wanted to get off Li Shixing's body. Li Shixing did not speak. His hands kept on moving, but one hand always kept her firmly on his back. Hu Jingjing instinctively started to struggle. It is useless. Li Shixing sneered softly. You think that if I put you down and ignore your life, I can successfully escape. Hu Jingjing's body stiffened slightly, but the blurry sound she squeezed out of her throat expressed her stubbornness. You have fainted too many times, and you do not know enough about escaping in the plains. Even more importantly, your cultivation is too weak, and your wounds are too serious. So you cannot sense many things. Li Shixing's eyes narrowed into a line as he looked down at the ground. His voice was cold but clear as it reached Hu Jingjing's ears. That person has always been behind us. I have not been able to shake him off. If he wanted to catch up, he could have done so long ago. Right now, he is intentionally driving us in a certain direction. Hu Jingjing uttered a few more indistinct syllables from her throat, which couldn't be heard clearly. But Li Shixing knew what she meant and said, I do not know what he wants to do. Why, then you. Hu Jingjing finally managed to make out a few words that could barely be heard. I pretended not to know, because I also wanted to wear him down. Li Shixing panted and said slowly and with difficulty, cultivators with higher cultivation than me will also be tired and lack stamina. Then, Hu Jingjing's body inexplicably stiffened again. Even though her consciousness was not clear right now, she felt that stamina was contradictory to the fact that he was carrying her on his back. Loneliness, hopelessness, helplessness. These are all emotions that make people collapse and consume more stamina, Li Shixing said at this time. I need a companion like you. Hu Jingjing could not consider if his words were true or false. Because she had fallen unconscious again. Chapter 458. She had missed many things when she was unconscious. For example, the fall of the Sword Mountain sword with the starfire. There were not many tall mountains in Wuji after Yin Mountain. When the enormous Sword Mountain sword fell with the starfire, people on the distant horizon could see it. Anyone could sense the power of this blow. Almost all the Qin people were familiar with the pale and cold starfire. The place where the person who could use such a sword was, for all the Qin fleeing in the wilderness, a place of life. Yet for those people who knew it was a place of life but could not reach it, they felt even more despair. Too late. A middle-aged man dressed in heavy wolfskin robes and half his face covered in a fur hat looked at the place where the Sword Mountain sword had fallen and sighed. If we cannot stop the remnants of the Qin army at Guyu Pass, even if our army breaks through Guyu Pass, the reinforcements of the Qin army, especially some powerful cultivators, will arrive. At that time, the ones being pursued will be our army. Standing respectfully next to this middle-aged man was the fifth prince of Wuji, Wu Lianzi. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wu Lianzi was silent for a moment and said in a trembling voice, Great Shaman, do we only have to retreat? In the last few days, the Wuji cavalry had been chasing the remnants of the Qin army on the plains, but he knew the price Wuji had paid. In reality, this is not a matter of whether we are willing, but we must do so. As a general, especially as the ruler of a country, you have to put aside all personal factors, including your own feelings, and look down on your own country like a god. From this point, I actually admire Zheng Xiu the most. She really did a good job. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. His deep and wise gaze never left the place where the Sword Mountain sword had fallen. Unfortunately, that Changling wine shop youth happened to arrive at Guyu Pass, and the key to our victory is there. Fortunately, the Kai you're chasing right now happens to be his friend. Fortunately, this Changling wine shop youth is said to have the best comprehension ability in the world. Wu Lianzi finally understood his meaning. A flame of hope lit up in his eyes. Great Shaman, so you had already planned this when you drove Li Shixing to the Mountain of Ancestors? You want to lure that Changling wine shop youth into the Mountain of Ancestors? You also saw how powerful the cultivators of Changling are. Before this, the Qin defeated the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. In the final stages of the war, what affected the outcome was the battle between the strongest cultivators. Only by opening the ancestral mountain can we fight against the more powerful cultivators of Changling that are coming. The blood of the youth who killed Green Wolf can be used to worship the ancestral mountain. If the wine shop youth's comprehension is truly the best in the world, he will be the key to opening the ancestral mountain. As for the expert who could match Zheng Xiu's sword essence, He will be the last sacrifice. The middle-aged man smiled indifferently and raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds in the night sky. Above the clouds in the night sky, a few black eagles were circling. Li Shixing, who had been constantly fleeing in the wilderness with his strong willpower, also happened to look up at this time. He paused for a moment and glanced at the unconscious Hu Jingjing. His heart relaxed a little. Then he glanced at the clouds in the distance behind him. He could not see the eagles, but he had heard the cries of the eagles in the sky. Wuji, Donghu, Yuezhi, and some of the countries that once existed on the plains, some mysterious tribes, they all had a common ancestor a long time ago. The country that ruled this vast pass was called Tianliang. Regardless of whether it was the present Wuji, Donghu, or the royal family of the Yuezhi, they all thought they had the bloodline of the former royal family of Tianliang. Raising eagles was a tradition of these royal families. The eagle eyes could see thousands of miles away in the sky, so he knew he could not completely escape the sight of his pursuers. But even Hu Jingjing, with such serious wounds on her back, had not died, and she had listened to his choices many times, so she was in such a situation. So he did not want to give up until the last moment. On the slope outside Guyu Pass, a black dot fell from the clouds. A cultivator resting in a tent not far away suddenly opened his eyes. A streak of crimson-red sword light directly pierced through the roof of the tent he was in, releasing a shrill howl as it faced that black speck. Many soldiers who were sleeping soundly were awakened. Shrill howls rang out from the hillside. The place where the black dot landed was clearly the carriage Ding Ning was resting in. Using the dim starlight and the light from the crimson flying sword, many people saw that the black dot flying down was an enormous black eagle. This enormous eagle clearly did not belong to the Qin dynasty military. Otherwise, this flying sword would not have flown up like it was facing a great enemy. However, when faced with this streak of sword radiance, this giant black eagle didn't change its trajectory. With a kai sound, the giant eagle's abdomen and neck were penetrated by this streak of sword radiance. Then, half of its wing was cut off as well. With a dong sound, it fell onto the mountain slope outside the group of carriages. Ding Ning had come out of the carriage. He did not go over to check the body of the black eagle. Long before the fall, he had seen that there was a piece of fur dyed in blood tied to the eagle's foot. Nangong Tsaishu stood cautiously not far from Ding Ning. She also saw the bloody fur and sensed Ding Ning's expression grow unusually grave. What does this mean? She felt that this enormous black eagle was sending itself to death, and was sending some kind of message. Based on her understanding of Ding Ning, she felt that if Ding Ning's expression changed before he went to inspect, this meant that Ding Ning likely knew what this enormous eagle was sending. Of all our friends, only one likes to wear thick fur robes like this. Ding Ning turned to look at her and said. Nangong Tsaishu's body suddenly turned cold. Li Shixing. The enormous eagles of the wilderness are harder to raise than other beasts. Those who can control such enormous black eagles are of the royal family of the wilderness. Especially those who can judge so quickly that I am here, they would not be so bored. So this should be Li Shixing's robe. Ding Ning nodded and said. Nangong Tsaishu's body grew colder. I told you Li Shixing is in his hands. What does he want to do? Ding Ning did not answer. This was a question that did not need to be answered. Nangong Tsaishu paused for a breath and then looked at Ding Ning. I will go with you. Ding Ning did not refuse. He walked towards the wilderness at the foot of the mountain until Sun Xian's figure appeared in front of him like a shadow. The other used this method to tell me Li Shixing is in my hands. They made it so complicated. They probably just want to see me, or have me do something, and not immediately kill me. Without any extra words, Ding Ning looked at Sun Xian and said, someone who knows the sword mountain sword is here and dares to scheme like this is not an ordinary person. I just told you to wait for a chance to kill Jiyu Huai. Now, the chance has come. Sun Xian said coldly, send yourself to death again? I will at least send myself to death for a friend, but she will not. So you can choose to work with me, or with her. Ding Ning looked calmly at Sun Xian and said, since this person can use the Black Eagle to send a message so quickly, he will quickly lead the way. I just want to tell you, whether you come or not, I will go. Where is Jiyu Huai? He cannot stop you. Shun Xian's expression did not change as he looked coldly at Ding Ning. He cannot stop me. The only way he can stop me is to use my friend's life as a threat. But now, it concerns my friend's life. Ding Ning shook his head disdainfully. And he cannot heal so quickly. Chapter 459. In the wee hours, the time closest to sunrise, Hu Jingjing woke up from the cold. She first sensed that Li Shixing was still moving, and then her mouth seemed to be filled with bitter-tasting grass. Then she habitually looked in the direction of Yin Mountain, and felt that she was getting further and further away from Yin Mountain. The direction of Yin Mountain represented the direction of home. The further she was from Yin Mountain, the slimmer her hopes of returning to Changling. She sank into silence. Li Shixing did not turn to look at her, and said slowly, "Do not spit out the herbs in your mouth. While it is hard to eat, it is useful for your wounds, and hard to find. If you have the strength, you can try to swallow it." Hu Jingjing nodded her head weakly, and swallowed all the bitter herbs in her mouth with great difficulty. Then she slowly looked up at Li Shixing and said, "Actually, what you said to me before, that you wanted to use willpower and stamina to wear down the other, was a lie, right?" Li Shixing still did not turn his head and said, "Why do you think so?" "Because you should have known long ago that there was no way to break free of the other. You took me to flee through the plains in order to find these herbs that can keep me alive. You just did not want me to despair, and wanted to see if there was a possibility of me surviving," Hu Jingjing said. Li Shixing was silent for a moment and said, "Your thoughts have no basis." Hu Jingjing smiled weakly and said, "I have intuition." Li Shixing seemed to find her response laughable and did not respond. "Do not think of a chance to keep me here alone." Hu Jingjing raised her head even higher and said, "As long as you don't find an opportunity to leave me alone somewhere, it means that my idea has no basis. Go die. Do not think of doing something like keeping me alive." After a pause, Hu Jingjing looked at Li Shixing's profile and said softly and seriously, "Otherwise, even if you try to keep me here alone, I will go find you next, and not try to escape back to Yin Mountain." Li Shixing sneered. "You really want to die together?" Hu Jingjing did not answer, but her hands gripped Li Shixing's robes tighter. Then she buried her face deep into Li Shixing's robes that gave off a bloody smell. Li Shixing's body stiffened. Hu Jingjing laughed again. Then she said softly and seriously, "I heard that you do not have many friends in Changling. I will be your first friend." "Who says I have no friends in Changling?" Li Shixing responded coldly. "I had many friends at the Minute Mountain Sword trials." "Oh." Hu Jingjing knew that she was wrong. She didn't argue. She just smiled and said, "Then I'll be like them. I'll be your friend." Li Shixing stopped talking. He continued to walk through the withered yellow wasteland, but his body no longer bowed to the ground like before. His physical strength had been overdrawn, and he could no longer maintain the same speed as before. Most importantly, he faintly felt that the chi of heaven and earth in the wilderness had undergone some strange changes. He straightened his body and could see even further. "What are you thinking about?" A young girl would always speak more than someone like him who was used to being alone at the border, especially when a young girl had a strong feeling of someone. A short while later, Hu Jingjing looked at the silent Li Shixing and asked. Li Shixing said, "I am thinking about what they want to use us for, or rather, what we can be used for." Hu Jingjing suddenly understood the gravity of the words. After a moment of silence, she said, "This is the first thing to understand. My father will not care if I live or die. To him, I am just an expression of his loyalty to the Empress." Li Shixing looked coldly at the rising dawn and said, "Even if blood is thicker than water, and he really cares, even if he captures me and puts me in front of the formation, he will not change any of his decisions because of me. He may even try to kill me first. So using us to change the movements of some armies is impossible." Hu Jingjing struggled to swallow. She had swallowed the herbs in her mouth long ago, but there seemed to be a bitter taste in her mouth. She looked at the side of Li Shixing's face and felt more sympathy for this sorrowful youth. She thought, people born in the Marquesate families may not be lucky. Also, we are getting further and further away from the battlefield of the army. Our cultivation is not high enough. What can they use us for? Even if it is to feed the wolves, they are driving us too far away. Li Shixing slowly said, and then could not help but shake his head. I really do not understand what they want to do. Hu Jingjing thought dazedly for a moment and said, is it on purpose? Before she finished, Li Shixing interrupted her. A person who can control the Black King Eagle has a higher status than ordinary imperial princes in Wuji. If he is here, maybe he can understand what the other wants, Li Shixing suddenly said after passing through another patch of grass. Hu Jingjing instinctively said, that wine shop youth? Li Shixing smiled. His smile was very cold, but it also carried an indescribable pride. In the past, the wine shop youth seemed to be a derogatory term used to look down on Ding Ning's birth. But now, in the dynasties of the world, it seemed to have become the most resounding title. He should also come to the battlefield. Hu Jingjing looked at the smile at the corner of his mouth and was certain that Li Shixing was speaking of Ding Ning. Then she instinctively said this. But with her instinctive words, Li Shixing's body suddenly froze even more than before, and his never-ending footsteps stopped. Hu Jingjing looked in shock at him. After a breath, she reacted. You feel, it may be because of him? Li Shixing's breathing grew difficult. He was silent for a moment and continued to walk. Then he said in a cold voice, I hope it is not because of him, but right now, it seems to be the greatest possibility. Why was this seemingly unrelated person and matter the greatest possibility now? Hu Jingjing wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she did not make a sound. Because at this time, even she sensed many unusual presences in the surrounding primal energies of the universe. There was a faint aura, but it seemed to be especially clear and high, like the aura of the best autumn weather, faintly floating in the air. Li Shixing did not make a sound. He could sense even more clearly that this presence came from a certain direction like the monsoon wind. At this moment, a strong sense of curiosity arose in his heart, and he had a strong premonition. In the silence, his footsteps sped up. Sunrise. As the warm sunlight shone down, the frost in the wilderness melted slightly, and some moisture rose. Following the increasingly clear presences, Li Shixing moved further and further away from Yin Mountain. The withered and yellow grass grew taller and thicker. Gradually, it was like a small tree, and gave off clear crisp sounds when it snapped. The path grew more desolate. There were no traces of Wuji activity, and even the sounds of beasts and insects. The world was exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, Li Shixing stopped. His pause was very stiff and hurried, to the point that Hu Jingjing's body seemed to have collided with his. What is it? Hu Jingjing looked in front of her in confusion. She did not detect anything unusual. Even the sky did not seem to be different. Li Shixing did not answer. She finally found that Li Shixing's gaze was in front of her. She lowered her gaze, and in the next moment, she let out a cry of disbelief. The gasp sounded in the silent world. Then she startled a flock of tired migratory birds that seemed to have flown over from afar. These migratory birds that looked like white geese tried to fly up, but they were still below her sight and did not fly higher than her head. Because what she and Li Shixing were standing in front of was not a flat plain, but a sunken and deep valley. The valley was very large, and the slope was very steep. However, due to the tall weeds growing on both sides, and due to the strange refraction of the water vapor floating above the valley, it was as if the weeds under the water were floating on the surface of the water, giving people a strange illusion that the front was flat. This. Hu Jingjing looked closely and was even more shocked. She saw that the bottom of the valley was a basin like a new world, dotted with different colors, rivers, and fields full of blooming flowers. At this moment, Li Shixing's gaze was fixed on a stone mountain in the middle of the basin that was not very tall. Tianliang Ancestral Mountain. He took a deep breath and said, the legendary thing really exists. Chapter 460. What is the Tianliang Ancestral Mountain? The scene here was already filled with a holy and mysterious feeling. Adding on Li Shixing's expression and tone, Hu Jingjing could not help but tremble. Li Shixing's brow was deeply furrowed. This youth who had been abandoned by his family and Changling to join the army because of the conflicts between the nobility from a young age showed hesitation for the first time. Only when Hu Jingjing started to grow restless on his back did he take a deep breath and said, long before Wuji, Donghu, and Yuezhi, there was a legendary unified empire in the plains and deserts outside the pass called Qianliang. Any large empire, like the Yu dynasty of the past, would have astounding heights. Especially when Wuji, Donghu, and Yuezhi were added together, they were likely larger than multiple dynasties combined. Therefore, with just this sentence, Hu Jingjing immediately fell into an even more intense state of shock. In the legends, Qianliang was destroyed by an unprecedented plague. In the end, the people who were lucky enough not to be infected sealed all the infected people in the ancestral lands of Qianliang to prevent the plague from spreading to other distant tribes. Li Shixing had an indescribable expression as he slowly said, "The legendary ancestral lands of Qianliang are under the sky. It is spring all year round, and the world naturally produces spirit energy. Spirit fruits and medicines can be found everywhere. Even if a wooden staff is thrown down, it will sprout next year. But in order to suppress and seal the millions of infected countrymen in this ancestral land, the lucky survivors of Qianliang had paid an unknown price. Some distant tribes learned of the Qianliang people's choice and righteousness, and came to fight. In the legends, this place was even worse than the Azura field. All the buildings, and even the mountains inside, were flattened, leaving only the ancestral mountain. Most of the Qianliang people who survived in the end guarded this place and did not let the people infected with the terrifying plague escape. But these Qianliang people who had to kill many of their own people chose to commit suicide in the ancestral mountain. So that ancestral mountain is also called the Mountain of Redemption. Hu Jingjing couldn't imagine such a cruel legend, especially when the number was in the millions. Her mind went blank. The Qianliang people who committed suicide in the ancestral mountain thought that their hands were stained with sin, and they committed suicide to redeem themselves. Yet all the surviving tribes in the empire did not just respect these Qianliang people at the beginning, but respected them as gods. The surviving tribes treat this place as their ancestral land and the resting place of their god. No one is allowed to enter. Li Shixing paused and his body shivered as if he was afraid of the cold. I have heard of such legends, but I didn't think there was such a place. If the purpose of driving us here is to lure your friend Ding Ning here, then what exactly is inside this place? Hu Jingjing murmured. Her words were not a problem at all. She just wanted to ease her fluctuating emotions because Li Shixing could not know what existed in this legendary Qianliang ancestral land. What should we do? So, she asked a real question. Since they finally understood the other's true intentions, she and Li Shixing could choose to enter this ancestral land or not. Li Shixing glanced at the sky behind him. At this time, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The eagles that had been tailing him could faintly be seen as a black dot in the distant sky. His hesitation quickly dissipated and he said simply, "Let's go in." Then, he started walking down the stairs. Why? Hu Jingjing could not understand Li Shixing's emotions right now. I do not believe in myself, Li Shixing replied. I believe in him. If he really came because of me, I think he will have a way. No wonder even Jing Liuli is with him. Hu Jingjing was stunned for a moment and said, if even you say this about him, he must be more powerful than I imagined. Li Shixing did not answer her. The withered and yellow grass on the slope was denser than the grass on the plains outside, taller and thicker. Also, the slope of the slope was very steep and it was very difficult to walk down. Even more importantly, the ground under the withered and yellow grass was grey-white. When one stepped on it, there would be many fine cracks and white dust. These are. Hu Jingjing immediately recognized what these grey-white fragments were. Her body uncontrollably trembled again. Li Shixing looked silently at the thick grey-white fragments that covered every inch of the ground. His palms sweated. He started to believe that the legend of the past was true. The grey-white fragments were pure bone fragments that had been weathered by the sun, rain, and wind for many years. These bone fragments were piled up on the ground. Even if his feet sank into them, he could not reach the ground below. The closer they were to the top, the thicker the bone fragments piled up, and even rose and fell like waves. It was clear that the closer they were to the top, the closer they were to the place where they had charged out, the fiercer the battle and more people had been killed here. The edges of such an enormous basin were filled with corpses. How many millions of Qianliang people had died in this ancestral land back then? Thinking about the horror of the plague that had rendered the countless experts of such a large and powerful empire helpless, most of these corpses belonged to the people of Qianliang who had been infected. Just the dust created by stepping on them was enough to make one's heart palpitate. However, there was some radiance contained in this kind of slaughter, which instead caused these broken bones to emit a holy aura. At least, the two of them could clearly sense that the primal energies of the universe here were purer than outside. Some spirit energy beneficial to cultivators was mixed in the gusts of wind and passed through the withered and yellow grass like holy souls. The slope gradually flattened. The yellow grass gradually disappeared. The white bones covering the ground were not so thick anymore. The scenery in front of them turned into a spring plain. Li Shixing stopped. He rubbed his legs and narrowed his eyes at the sky behind him. Just as he had expected, those black eagles flew even faster. At this time, not only could he still see them, but he could also clearly see the outlines of those small black dots in the sky. His legs were extremely sore and swollen. In his mind, he felt that the muscles in his legs were like small knives cutting at his bones. Yet he did not stop to rest, and moved as fast as he could towards the lone ancestral mountain. The enemy should arrive soon, but there was still a time difference. All the wind seemed to flow down from the ancestral mountain. Even the river flowing through the plains seemed to come from that lone stone mountain. Most astoundingly, the closer they got to the ancestral mountain, the closer the river became to a pure milky white. The threads of white energy coming off the river were no longer mist, but pure spirit energy of the universe. Chapter 461. There was no doubt that there would be an astounding spirit vein in the last ancestral mountain of Qianliang in the past. Looking at the threads of milky white spirit energy coming off the river, the two were silent again. Spirit veins were astounding wealth to any cultivator in the world, and even an empire. In Changling, because of the fight between Shui Wangshu and Ding Ning, even some cultivation students knew that White Goat Cave had been punished in the beginning because White Goat Cave had disobeyed Empress Zheng Xiu's decree, and was not willing to let White Goat Cave's spirit vein be used by Zheng Xiu. Even though they had never seen the spirit vein in Zheng Xiu's study deep in the Changling Imperial Palace, from the descriptions of many stories in Changling, the two of them were certain that the spirit vein could not compare to the one in the ancestral mountain. You should have listened to me, and let me put you down somewhere along the way. Li Shixing took a deep breath and turned to look at Hu Jingjing. He said, "You are the only true disciple of Treasure Light Temple. If you die, Treasure Light Temple will cease to exist." Hu Jingjing knew the meaning of his words. Just like how many people who had been infected by the terrible plague wanted to charge out, and many people who loved life had no choice but to slaughter their loved ones with their own hands, countless people had countless choices. Just out of respect for Qianliang back then, it was not enough for all the later kingdoms in the wilderness to resist the temptation of this spirit vein. For so many years, no matter if it was the Yuezhi, Wuzhi, or Donghu, no army or cultivators had entered this ancestral land. This meant that it was not a matter of faith, but that this ancestral land had a dangerous existence that all the experts of these kingdoms feared. But hearing Li Shixing's words, for some reason, her body stopped trembling and she smiled inexplicably. As expected, you wanted to find some medicine for me, and then throw me somewhere along the way so that I can live. Li Shixing looked at her, who was not nervous and smiling. He frowned. Are you crazy? What meaning is there? Hu Jingjing was not angry. She pouted and smiled disapprovingly. Are you not the only heir to the city-guarding sword of the Qin dynasty? In terms of importance, your life and death are much more important than mine. Li Shixing glanced at her and couldn't help but want to say something. But at this time, Hu Jingjing looked at him and continued, also, many people may not be able to find a friend who can live and die with them for a lifetime. Are you willing to die just like that? Li Shixing said coldly, if so, then you are too easily satisfied in this life. Hu Jingjing was still not angry. She only said, if I'm going to die, it's better to be happy before I die than unhappy. Li Shixing said with slight mockery, you are going to die at such a young age. Death must be something very unhappy. How can you be happy? At least I won't be lonely if there's someone accompanying me in death. Hu Jingjing's smile faded. The medicine that Li Shixing had given her had some effect. At least she would not faint because of weakness. She asked Li Shixing seriously, "Do you think there's a possibility that the terrifying plague inside has not dissipated? They don't dare to come in but want us to take the things inside out. Then kill us and get what they want from us. If that's the case, can't they just pick some criminals to come in and take the things for them?" Li Shixing's disdain grew. There are countless possibilities in this matter. If going out is death, going in is death. At least, I want to go in and see. The two appeared to be bickering, but his steps did not stop. Following the milky white spirit energy river, he came to the foot of the ancestral mountain. The denser the spirit energy, the more plants there were. But the closer they got to this black stone mountain, the fewer plants there were. Their view gradually widened. Then, the two of them saw a very strange scene. At the end of the river were multiple springs at the foot of the mountain. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground around the living spring, and the scattered white bones outside were almost gone. Instead, there were cold metallic reflections everywhere. One of the springs was warm, forming a natural hot spring pool. All of the milky white spiritual energy was flowing out of the hot spring pool, which had a radius of only a few hundred feet. The ground around the hot spring was covered in all kinds of metal fragments. These metal fragments seemed to have melted, twisted together and flowed on the ground like water. Just as Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing followed the river and saw the springs, an injured antelope was struggling to walk towards the hot spring. There was already a white tiger in the hot spring pool, an earth jackal with earthy yellow fur, and several fat white migratory birds. This antelope was seriously injured. Its neck had been torn open by a fierce beast and it was bleeding. But unimaginably, these wild beasts that usually followed the law of the jungle and could not coexist peacefully did not seem to care about the antelope's arrival. The severely injured antelopes stepped into the pool filled with hot air and spirit energy. They knelt down not far away from the earth jackal that was their world. The milky white spring water soaked its neck wound. Then Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing saw in shock that the wound quickly stopped bleeding and even the flesh was growing back. None of these wild beasts cared about Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing's arrival. They did not even make a sound. This place was still terrifyingly quiet. Looking at this strange and impossible scene, Hu Jingjing murmured, "Even the best spirit medicine in Changling cannot have such healing effects." Li Shixing murmured. The legends say that Tianliang's ancestral mountain has an eternal spring that can regenerate flesh and bone. If Zheng Xiu knew that this was true, that there was a spirit spring here that was who knows how many times more astonishing than her own spirit spring, would she go crazy? Hu Jingjing said from the bottom of her heart, "To be able to see such an incredible thing, I will have no regrets even if I die." Li Shixing heard the deep hatred towards Empress Zheng Xiu in her tone. He also understood where Hu Jingjing, a direct disciple of Treasure Light Temple, felt her hatred. He frowned and said, "Don't always talk about it." Hu Jingjing laughed. At this time, she did not speak and just hugged Li Shixing tighter. Li Shixing's eyebrows rose. He did not speak and walked straight to the stunning hot spring pool, and then walked down. The water rippled. All the wild beasts in the spring still ignored these two uninvited guests. Li Shixing tested the water temperature. It was only slightly hot. He sat down and put Hu Jingjing down. When the slightly hot spring water reached his chest, not only did the wounds from the battle begin to heal at a speed that he could feel, but even the extreme soreness and exhaustion in his body were expelled by the warm airflow. Hu Jingjing started to inhale deeply. She felt life and vitality start to return to her body. She felt joy. But when she looked at Li Shixing's back, she pressed her lips together and did not mention the word death. Li Shixing slowly looked up. There were black dots circling in the sky above. The black eagle was flying above the ancestral mountain. At the edge of the ancestral lands, above the basin, a patch of yellow grass slowly parted to reveal the figures of Wu Lianzi and the man he called Great Shaman. "Great Shaman, they have reached the ancestral mountain. What do we do now?" Wu Lianzi looked at the black eagle circling in the sky and could not help but ask the man next to him. The man next to him smiled slightly and said softly, "Do nothing. Wait for the wine shop youth to come and enter." Chapter 462. Li Shixing leaned against a rock in the pool, half reclining as he looked at the black eagles circling in the sky. The slightly hot spring water washed away all the tiredness in his body. As he felt joy, he could not help but think that if he died leisurely like this, it might be a good ending. At least he would not be so tired. However, this thought only appeared in his mind for a short moment. Life was like this, tiring but unwilling. The black eagles circled but did not land on the mountain of ancestors. There seemed to be something in the mountain of ancestors that they naturally feared. The surroundings were still extremely calm. Li Shixing's lips curled in disdain. He slowly stood up. The spring water flowed down along the fur of his thick robe, washing away most of the dried blood. Done. He looked at Hu Jingjing, whose face was as red as a ripe apple from soaking in the spring water, and asked. Hu Jingjing nodded at him and said, "Done." While she still could not believe it, this was the truth. The wounds in her body that would take a long time to heal even with the best healing spirit medicines of Changling were healed by this spring in 15 minutes. "What do you want to do?" But Li Shixing's next actions shocked her even more. Li Shixing pulled out his sword, passed through the pool, and walked towards the mouth of the spirit spring. Li Shixing had 2 swords. At this time, he was using the pale white sword. The seal scripts on the sword were like long fangs, filled with a wild and violent presence. The spring water was forced aside by the sharp sword energy, revealing the milky white rocks at the bottom of the pool. The pale white sword light cut the rocks around the mouth of the water. The rocks were cut apart. "You want to destroy this spirit spring?" Hu Jingjing finally realized what Li Shixing wanted to do. Li Shixing did not look back. He continued to attack, cutting apart the rocks at the mouth of the spirit spring so that the sword light could go deeper. At the same time, he said emotionlessly, "This is not our mountain of ancestors. Although it's a bit wasteful, I think you're right." Hu Jingjing was stunned and then nodded seriously. As she walked next to Li Shixing, her body started to give off sword essence. "Why are those eagles flying so low?" "It's not that the eagle is flying too low, but that the sky is too high. Don't try to mystify things in front of me. There should be a very deep basin down there." "How are you so sure?" "Because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is spreading in a very interesting way." "Why don't I find it interesting?" "Could it be that your perception is above mine?" "Because of the heaven replenishing divine art." Several military horses were traveling through the wilderness. Only 2 people were sitting on these horses. One was Ding Ning, and the other was Shen Xian. Shen Xian had asked a lot of questions about Ding Ning's cultivation and perception on the way from Guyu Pass, but in the end, Ding Ning always attributed it to the heaven-replenishing divine art. Shen Xian was not looking at Ding Ning right now. He was only looking at the place where the black eagles were flying low. He could not verify Ding Ning's explanation because in the world, only Ding Ning knew the true secrets of the heaven-replenishing divine art. Along the way, he had been talking to Ding Ning, not because he wanted to probe the other's secrets through conversation, but because of terror. Both facing the unknown Wuji expert himself, and wanting to kill the sect master of Lingshu Swordgate, were terrifying matters to him. He wanted to gamble, but also feared becoming a rotting corpse for the hyenas to feed on the grasslands. Just like now, he started to feel that the strange primal energies of the universe flowing around him suddenly started to vibrate strongly, as though someone was uncovering the prelude to a great show. Ding Ning also looked at the place where the black eagles were flying in the distance. He also sensed the great change in the primal energies of the universe. However, it did not seem like a powerful cultivator was absorbing the primal energies of the universe, but a powerful primal energy of the universe that was about to explode from that place. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing stood in the hot spring. When they were standing, the slightly hot spring water only reached their waists, but now, it reached their chests and reached their necks. The spirit spring's exit had been cut several feet wide. The flow of spring water seemed to have become gentle, but the water seemed to be boiling and had many fist-sized bubbles. Each bubble floated to the surface of the water and exploded with a pop. What exploded was pure and clean milky white spirit energy. The pure and condensed milky white spirit energy was slightly heavier than air. After exploding on the surface of the water, it poured onto the water like blooming white lotuses. Li Shixing pressed his lips together, cold and determined. His perception went as deep as possible into the spirit vein ahead. Use your sect's strongest sword, we will do it together. At this time, when Shen Xian and Ding Ning sensed something in the distance, he turned his head slightly and spoke to Hu Jingjing. At some unknown time, the two had developed a tacit understanding. Hearing these words, Hu Jingjing nodded at him and then unhesitatingly used the sword she had to use all of her power to use. Bright yellow lines of light suddenly appeared in the milky white spring water like topaz. Then, all the water in the pool turned pale yellow, as if it had completely turned into a pale yellow mirror. Li Shixing frowned deeply. He gave a low howl from his throat like the howl of a wolf king in the depths of the plains. He took a step forward, and the water in front of him suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine powder-like white mist that was forced outwards. The spring water in front of him disappeared, but the yellow light was still there. The power coming off the pale white long sword in his hand borrowed the power of the yellow light to penetrate deep into the spirit vein ahead, to a place his perception could not reach. In this moment, his and Hu Jingjing's bodies were blown away by an enormous and ancient presence. They floated backwards like two fallen leaves. The rich spirit qi that had gathered in the hot spring pool suddenly soared, filling the entire basin in an instant. Finally, it shot straight up into the sky like a giant pillar. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing did not land on the ground. They were blown up by the powerful presence and still floated upwards. The qi and blood in their bodies were boiling, but they didn't feel injured at all. The surging spirit qi penetrated into the bodies of the two people, just like the river constantly washing away the pebbles in the riverbed, forcibly smoothing out the edges and corners on the surface. The two felt strong dizziness. They could not think or sense the passage of time. When their bodies grew heavy and started to fall, the two saw that they were dozens of feet in the air. All the water below, and even the water in the basin, had disappeared. The sky above the ancestral mountain was covered in white clouds. Wild winds blew in all directions, and the sound of withered grass snapping filled their ears. Li Shixing struggled to control the vital energy in his body amidst the lingering dizziness. At the same time, he spewed it towards his feet to prevent himself and Hu Jingjing from falling to the ground like stones and turning into broken flesh. However, it was also at this moment that he once again felt an intense shock, and he involuntarily let out a low cry of surprise. At this time, Hu Jingjing also steadied herself and looked at him with questioning eyes. She was shocked, speechless. "You too?" After the next breath, she spoke with great difficulty, looking at him and asking, "What are you doing?" Li Shixing nodded. Under the violent rush of spiritual qi just now, he had inexplicably broken through the cultivation realm that had been shackled for a long time, and his true essence cultivation had taken an astonishing step forward. Hu Jingjing was the same. He suppressed his shock, and sensed that this body was not like his before. He looked up. It had started to rain from the clear sky. The rain fell on the plains. Shen Xian did not have a sword in his hand, but his right hand instinctively grasped the shape of a sword. Countless milky white raindrops fell from the sky. When they hit the ground, they did not turn into water, but turned into wisps of milky white smoke with a hiss. The plains seemed to go crazy. The withered yellow grass started to sway furiously. The withered roots absorbed the milky white air currents and suddenly gave birth to thick green. All the animals and insects hiding underground woke up and furiously surged out. The wild beasts in the distance that weren't covered by the rain clouds were also crazily surging over from all directions like a tide. Shen Xian looked with a pale face at the dense swarm of insects burrowing out of the earth under his feet. He felt the ground tremble from the wild beasts running in the distance, and his breathing grew heavy. This was a scene he had never seen before. He had not thought that there would be so many insects in the earth around him. What made his mind tremble the most was that even his severed arm had an itchy feeling of new life. It made him feel as if his severed arm could be reattached and it would grow back again. These raindrops condensed from spiritual energy not only contained astonishingly pure spiritual energy, but also an unimaginable healing power. The place with the densest raindrops was still the mountain of ancestors. The milky white raindrops fell on the mountaintop and washed down the gullies. Tens of thousands of insects formed a sea, and beasts formed a tide that furiously gathered towards the basin and the mountain of ancestors. Chapter 463. Black, red, deep yellow, all kinds of strange insects of different colors and shapes flowed past Shen Xian's feet, even hitting his shoes and his trousers. Shen Xian had never seen so many colorful insects in his life, nor had he seen so many insects in his life. These insects didn't care about him at all. Even the insects that were usually especially sensitive to the smell of flesh and blood, after bumping into his feet, just used their fastest speed to go around him and head towards the place where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. The beasts of the grasslands were the same. Other than the most common wolves, dogs, and other wild beasts, Shen Xian even saw some giant beasts that were rumored to be extinct and could be described as demonic beasts. Enormous vipers with wings of flesh and covered in stone-like scales, black fire turtles with burning flames on their backs, single-horned rhinoceroses with green jade-like bodies. These powerful enormous beasts had been hunted down by cultivators for generations. Because many parts of their bodies were useful to cultivators, they had great hostility towards cultivators. But these enormous beasts did not care about him and Ding Ning's existence. They just hurried towards the mountain of ancestors where the rain was the densest. Great shaman, what did they do? At the edge of the ancestral land basin, Wu Lianzi encountered the same scene. The man next to him looked at the birds coming down like rain and said expressionlessly, "They destroyed the fountain of youth in the mountain of ancestors." Wu Lianzi's face instantly turned snow-white, without a trace of blood. The man next to him slowly shook his head. "No matter. The more they destroy the mountain of ancestors, the more they will be cursed." After a pause, the man glanced at the mountain of ancestors, and then at where Ding Ning and Shen Xian had come from. With a hint of confidence, he smiled faintly and said, "The time is just right." Shen Xian and Ding Ning started to move quickly towards the mountain of ancestors. This was not out of their own will, but because the military horses they were riding were out of their control and were furiously running towards the mountain of ancestors. These military horses ran faster and faster through the curtain of rain. They were not tired at all and seemed to run as though they were flying. Ding Ning's body moved up and down as the horses galloped like they were passing through the clouds. When the insect sea and beast tide formed, especially when tens of thousands of insects gathered into a river and flowed past him, he unconsciously frowned deeply. Then his expression became grave, then relieved, then shocked and emotional. In the span of a few breaths, his expression changed many emotions. But because Shen Xian was too shocked and lost in thought, he did not notice Ding Ning's abnormality. The opportunities of cultivators were wondrous things. For example, Ding Ning had planned and waited for many years in Changling. Originally, he had waited to enter Xie Changsheng's sword school, but in the end, he had entered White Goat Cave, which did not qualify to attend the Minute Mountain sword trials. He had never imagined that White Goat Cave would have a spirit vein. Today, something wondrous had happened on the plains. The strongest spirit vein in the world had been destroyed. Terrifyingly powerful spirit energy erupted from the mouth. Just the impact of the presence was enough to shatter Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing's meridians and organs, and destroy all vitality. Yet, this spirit vein contained astounding medicinal power and quickly repaired their bodies. The scouring and filling of the terrifying and vast amount of spirit qi drove countless primal energies of the universe that the two of them could sense and could not sense into their bodies. It was as if they had done countless tests and finally found the correct answer. The primal energies of the universe that were suitable for the two of them combined with their vital essence. They abruptly skipped the step of breaking through and directly raised their cultivation by one level. Such a thing had never happened in the world of cultivators before, and may not happen in the future. Because there was no second spirit vein as wondrous and unbelievably powerful in the world. No one would destroy a spirit vein that could regenerate flesh from bone. Other than Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing, no one knew that another wondrous thing had happened to Ding Ning. It was also something that had never happened in the world of cultivators before, and would never happen in the future. It was not a true breakthrough in cultivation. Yet, sensing the spirit energy released by the ancestral mountain spirit vein, and seeing all these beings furiously surge over, Ding Ning seemed to have an epiphany and understood a barrier he had never understood before. Above Realm 8 was Realm 9. Yet, cultivators since ancient times had never truly stepped into Realm 9. The Yuanwu Emperor had shown his Realm 8 cultivation at the Deer Mountain Conference. He had looked down on the mountains, flattened them with one blow, and was invincible in the world. No one was certain if Realm 9 truly existed. Was Realm 8 the highest peak in the world? Yet now, Ding Ning knew that Realm 9 truly existed. Existence meant it could be reached. Hu Jingjing looked up at the giant birds furiously flying in the sky, especially those vicious monsters she had never imagined in the past. She thought that if the rain stopped, when the spirit energy containing great healing power disappeared, just the countless insects and giant beasts coming from all directions would be enough to devour her and Li Shixing. Yet, there was no room for her to think. Li Shixing was continuing to move up towards the depths of the ancestral mountain. Hu Jingjing did not hesitate. She took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with Li Shixing. From a distance, this ancestral mountain looked like an ordinary stone mountain. However, after entering, one would find countless natural ravines that formed mountain paths that led to the top. Or rather, the mountain paths within the canyons. The most suitable mountain path to go up was the one facing the spirit spring. The naturally formed mountain path clearly had the marks left behind by many experts. There were deep footprints, holes formed by great trampling, and all kinds of enormous sword marks, and the marks of some enormous buildings not seen outside. Yet, when they walked up the mountain path and entered the first valley, what attracted their attention when they saw the traces of buildings was an enormous skeleton. An enormous grey-white skeleton was pressed against the top of the ruins of the building, dozens of feet long. What shocked the two of them was that the building seemed to have been crushed by this huge skeleton. If the grey-white skeleton was like this, how enormous would it be with flesh and blood? Compared to this enormous skeleton, the enormous birds flying in the sky were as insignificant as the pheasants in Changling. What kind of beast is this? Lizard? Winged serpent? Bat? Serpent? Looking at the enormous skeleton that seemed to have wing bones, Hu Jingjing could not help but turn to look at Li Shixing. She could not connect this skeleton with any of the enormous beasts recorded in the records. Li Shixing shook his head. He also could not imagine what kind of enormous beast skeleton would be like this. Since he did not know, then he would continue to move up. He moved and continued to move up. Chapter 464. Hu Jingjing followed behind Li Shixing and passed through the huge corpse of the strange beast. The enormous beast skeleton was like the keel of an enormous ship. Walking among it gave people a strange feeling of pressure. Especially at the belly of this enormous beast, Hu Jingjing saw a large pile of rotten metal. Some metals of different colors had been twisted into twisted pieces by some power, and then decayed into large snowflakes. Thinking of how this enormous beast had swallowed these things, she felt even more awe. But Li Shixing was not considering this. When he passed through the huge corpse of the strange beast, he pondered for a moment. Then, he picked up some dead branches and wood and started 2 bonfires. Then, he covered them with some topsoil. In the strange spirit rain, 2 pillars of smoke, one thick and one faint, appeared in the sky above the ancestral mountain. "What are you doing?" Hu Jingjing asked as she watched his actions and waited for him to start walking again. One thick and one faint, this is the smoke that represents safety in the border army. Usually, in order to make the smoke more conspicuous and thick, they will use cow dung and wolf dung in the wilderness, and add some special colored powder. Li Shixing turned to look at her and said, "If he comes, at least he knows we are safe until here. I will release the smoke signal at fixed intervals." Hu Jingjing was only stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. Next, if they were certain they were safe, Li Shishing would light another pillar of smoke like this. If they reached a certain place and no more pillars of smoke came, it meant that she and Li Shishing had encountered a fatal threat and died. If we are dead, he has no need to risk his life for us. He will make his own choice. Li Shishing looked ahead and said. Hu Jingjing's mood was low. Are you sure he understands what you mean? Li Shishing did not look at her. He is much smarter than me, and naturally understands. The two's conversation was purely to find something to talk about, so they quickly fell silent. Large amounts of corpses appeared in front of them. Many of them were still in human form, and were not as fragmented as the skeletons outside the ancestral mountain. From the outside, the skeletons that had reappeared in their field of vision and covered the mountain path in front of them were relatively complete. Moreover, they seemed to have died much later than the people outside the mountain. No matter who it was, stepping on the thick skeletons, especially those that were humanoid, would not feel good. Hu Jingjing tried her best not to step on the skulls of these skeletons, but when she heard all kinds of weird cracking sounds under her feet, her face became paler and paler. Are these the Tianliang people who committed suicide in the Mountain of Ancestors? She could not help but ask. Hearing her words, Li Shishing, who had been narrowing his eyes, frowned. He had a displeased expression. But thinking that she had just come to the battlefield from Changling not long ago, her performance in this situation was very good. His expression eased and he said, "You should be able to see where these people's fatal wounds are." Hu Jingjing was stunned. Only skeletons were left of these dead people. Since Li Shishing said so, the fatal wound must be on the skeletons and it would be easy to see. She was naturally slightly embarrassed. Her gaze landed on the skeletons in front of her, and her gaze suddenly grew stern. Most of the skeletons did not have obvious signs of being cut by swords, but there was a small hole in the middle of the forehead of all the skeletons. The hole was only the size of a needle tip, and this was the result of the weathering around the hole over the years. Li Shishing turned his head and glanced at her. He originally wanted to remind her to look for herself, but when he thought about how life and death would soon be determined and not the usual teaching and training of new recruits, he resisted the urge and directly said, "Look behind the skull." Hu Jingjing took a deep breath. She did her best to calm herself down and then found the crux of the problem. The bones of a human skull, especially the skulls of cultivators, were hard and dense. The thing that had pierced through the forehead of these cultivators should have been many times smaller than a needle tip. If such a sharp thing could pierce through the forehead, it would have a great impact, and theoretically, it should be extremely sharp. If it pierced through the forehead, it would be easy to come out from the back of the head. But none of the skulls in front of her had a similar hole. There was a soft snap. Li Shishing cut open the most complete skull. Hu Jingjing knew what he was doing. She suppressed her discomfort and did her best to look inside. There were no signs of impact at the back of the skull, and there was nothing left in the skull. It cannot be a cultivator. Li Shishing did not want to waste time. He looked at Hu Jingjing and said slowly and seriously, "These skeletons did not die at the same time. Even if it was done by the same powerful cultivator, his cultivation would have changed at different times. He could not have so accurately gathered primal energies of the universe or control a weapon to pierce through each person's forehead without leaving any traces. If it was not a cultivator, then what was it?" Hu Jingjing looked at Li Shishing. Li Shishing was silent for a moment and said, "You still have time to leave now. True courage is clearly being afraid, but still doing it. My heart is telling me what to do, so I think I am a person with true courage." Hu Jingjing paused for a moment and smiled. Then, she began to move and continued to walk along the path paved with corpses. Above her and Li Shishing, the mountain path narrowed slightly and entered a relatively flat valley. So these corpses looked like an enormous grey-white waterfall, and also like a demonic mouth that swallowed flesh and spat out corpses. Li Shishing followed Hu Jingjing's steps. Inexplicably, his emotions were calmer than when he first entered the basin. He was even grateful to the stubborn young woman next to him because he knew she was right. Traveling alone, even if it was to welcome death, was too lonely and tragic. At the end of the mountain path, a bright yellow dot appeared. This was a pillar that looked like a totem pole. The surface gave off a unique soft crystal light, and looked like a long amber pillar. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing's gazes were naturally attracted by this crystal pillar. But what they did not detect was that as they unconsciously looked at the profound patterns on the pillar, the inside of the pillar had changed. Some extremely small things keenly sensed the presence of fresh flesh and blood. The presence of the fresh flesh caused them to start to awaken. Hiss! The 10 feet long amber-like crystal pillar trembled inexplicably, and at the same time, it let out a breathing sound. This sound was many small sounds sounding at the same time, and merging together, so it was clear and intimidating. Chapter 465. We are going to die. When the amber crystal pillar gave off small sounds, when he sensed the vibrations and acceleration of the small things inside, Li Shixing's eyes dimmed. He stopped, and moved closer to Hu Jingjing. Then he said seriously, "Thank you." He was thanking her for her companionship, for not letting him travel alone. While he could not sense what was inside the amber crystal pillar, he was certain that it was the cause of the deaths of the cultivators on the mountain path. Those little things were living beings, but they had the speed and power to penetrate the heads of those cultivators. Even more importantly, they were too small. Like flying swords, the smaller they were, the harder it was to sense and block. Hu Jingjing had also sensed the countless minute movements within the crystal pillar. She understood what he meant, and at the same time, she was also very clear that in the face of such a thing, any resistance would be futile. So she looked seriously at Li Shixing and said, "While I do not want to die, since this is the case, then let us die together." Li Shixing nodded. He knew there was no time to do anything. So he reached out, gripped Hu Jingjing's hand, and prepared to welcome death. The small things in the amber crystal pillar flew out at this time. Many indigo lines suddenly appeared in the air. Because they were so small and fast, the indigo lines formed by the afterimages of these small things seemed to twist together, forming profound balls in the air. But in this moment, Li Shixing's face was completely taken over by shock. Hu Jingjing looked at the small afterimages, and her eyes widened. The indigo lines grew thicker, and so did the afterimages. The two started to see that these small things were a kind of strange and unique beetle. The bodies of these beetles seemed to be divided into two parts. The head of the front half was a straight needle, and the back half was a soft abdomen with extremely small wings. Originally, the back half of their bodies were as small as a needle, but now, they were swollen and fat. So they slowed down, so slow that the two felt that if they did not have their initial speed, these beetles would fall out of the air. It should be because of this spirit rain. Li Shixing let go of Hu Jingjing's hand and then swung his pale white sword. He easily slapped away some of the beetles that had flown in front of him and Hu Jingjing. Seeing the beetles fall with their wings broken and their abdomens explode, turning into green-yellow liquid, he slowly looked up at the milky white raindrops still falling from the sky. Hu Jingjing felt the weight on her hand lighten, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Then, she saw the beetles that were easily swatted away like pebbles, and she was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, she understood why. These beetles were not born naturally. In the past, the Tianliang cultivators had used certain methods to change their bodies, causing them to possess astounding power due to their small bodies in their sickly state. However, this spiritual rain seemed to have broken free of a seal, similarly curing their illness, allowing their bodies to return to normal, similarly making them lose the ability to kill powerful cultivators. So, it's possible to survive if you don't believe in gods and fate. Hu Jingjing thought through all of this. Looking at the thick pile of bones in front of her, behind her, and under her feet, she could not help but whisper. Maybe it is not belief in gods, or reverence, but reluctance. Li Shixing thought of the fountain of youth that people could not help but want. He thought of how these bones were not the cultivators who had committed suicide here when Tianliang was destroyed. He feared that too many experts had died here, and no one had been able to leave alive. So this ancestral land was treated as a taboo, and no one dared to enter. Breaking the fountain of youth was the key that allowed them to enter the mountain of ancestors alive. But what was in the mountain of ancestors? Li Shishing looked up and took a deep breath. He swung his sword to slap away the beetles flying towards his and Hu Jingjing's foreheads. Then he walked in front of the crystal pillar the beetles had flown out of, and tried to swing his sword. With a dang noise, the sword in his hand began to tremble intensely. However, that crystal pillar that looked extremely similar in color to amber didn't have any damage at all, nor did it tremble in the slightest. I should not be able to move it. Hu Jingjing looked solemnly at the crystal pillar and said softly and cautiously, "The experts here must have used all their strength to fend off these beetles before they died. That's why this mountain path is barren and even the mountain rocks have been destroyed into a strange state. This crystal pillar is still intact, so it shouldn't be something we can shake." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned. Li Shishing put down the long sword in his hand and spun the crystal pillar. He easily pulled the crystal pillar out of the bones. Why is it like this? Hu Jingjing looked dazedly at the crystal pillar that was almost as tall as Li Shishing, and could not help but exclaim. Li Shishing gripped the crystal pillar full of small holes with one hand. He felt the weight of an ordinary iron sword. After a pause, he looked at her and said, "Everything has changed. Also, no one should be able to reach here and spin this crystal pillar." Hu Jingjing came back to her senses. She understood that this crystal pillar, the mountain path, and the eternal spring were not simple. But with the disappearance of the eternal spring, many things here seemed to have changed. "How did you think of spinning this thing? What are you preparing to do with it?" These were two different questions because Hu Jingjing saw Li Shishing did not do anything else to the crystal pillar after testing its weight. He just held it in his hand and continued forward. "When I swung my sword to cut it, there were small circular waves at the bottom. This means that the bottom can be spun. Since even the countless experts who died here were unable to destroy it, it at least means that it is extremely sturdy. At least, it is sturdier than my sword. There are very few things in the world that are sturdier than my fang sword. Even those legendary swords wouldn't be able to cut it." Li Shishing answered her questions and then started to search for clothing or armor pieces that had not been completely weathered. After passing through this crystal pillar, there were very few corpses in the relatively flat valley. However, behind each corpse, there were many traces that seemed to have been plowed or deep footprints. These were the traces left behind by the vital energy of the cultivators who wanted to use their speed to forcefully pass through this place. Just the energy in their bodies was enough to leave behind marks like plowing ground. One could imagine how powerful these cultivators were, and how terrifying these beetles that were originally smaller than a needle tip were. These cultivators should have been extremely powerful in resisting these insects. That was why not a single blade of grass grew around this mountain path and valley. Even the earth and mountain rocks had changed under the effects of vital energy, turning into a certain agate-like object. Li Shishing ignited the clothing and armor pieces that had not completely rotted, and then covered some of the bones. Two pillars of smoke, one thick and one faint, rose from the Mountain of Ancestors. This place was halfway up the Mountain of Ancestors. So compared to the pillar of smoke at the foot of the mountain, it was clearer and easier for people outside to see. The war horses that Ding Ning and Shen Xian were riding had reached the edge of the basin. The slope at the edge of the basin where the Mountain of Ancestors was located was extremely steep. If this was a normal time, even if the riders did not stop, the well-trained war horses would make their own judgment and stop at the edge of the slope. But the spirit rain was the densest at the Mountain of Ancestors. At this time, these war horses, like the beasts charging from the distance, did not think at all and charged down the slope. Catcher, catcher, catcher. The huge momentum instantly broke the front hooves of these military horses, and the white bones even pierced through their flesh. However, it was unknown where the strength came from, but these military horses still leaped forward. The white spirit chi on the ground that constantly surged up like mushrooms instantly healed the injuries of these military horses. It was unknown how many wild beasts had broken bones like these military horses, but these wild beasts also did not stop, pouring down the steep slope like a tide. Ding Ning leaned back to maintain his balance. At this moment, he saw the two pillars of smoke, one thick and one faint. It is good to be alive. he said joyfully to himself. Sun Xian's eyes flashed with cold light. In his view, it was not necessarily a good thing that Li Shixing was still alive. The time is just right. The Wuji shaman who had just spoken saw the two pillars of smoke. The man whose expression did not change as the beasts surged past him saw the two pillars of smoke. His face suddenly turned pale, and his pupils violently contracted. A feeling of disbelief spread through his body like ice frost. Chapter 466. He was different from all the cultivators in the plains, and even different from all the Wuji royalty. Today, in his view, the time, place, and people were all in his hands, and everything seemed to be the will of the heavens. Even the timing was perfect. In his predictions, Li Shixing would die at this time, and Ding Ning would take his place. Maybe he could unlock all the seals on the ancestral mountain for him, and finally get what he dreamed of. Yet he could not understand how Li Shixing had managed to get there and safely light the two pillars of smoke. He was not an ordinary person. Even though his body was filled with emotions that caused his mind to tremble, after a few breaths, he took a deep breath and said gravely to Wu Lianzi, "Come in with me." His tone towards Wu Lianzi was very different from usual, but at this time, Wu Lianzi had already been shocked by this unimaginable picture, so he didn't notice anything at all. He was just stunned. "Great Witch, are you going in?" This Wuji shaman did not answer first. He silently started to walk down the steep slope, and at the same time, raised his head. Looking at the spirit rain falling from the sky, and the birds that were faster than the walking beasts, he started to think that this spirit rain was the source of the change. Since there were changes, this meant that many uncontrollable factors had appeared in his perfect plan. The military horse was still charging down the steep slope, but the power of the military horse could not compare to the power of a cultivator. Under Ding Ning's deliberate control, the military horse he rode faced the mountain path with the pillars of smoke. Then Ding Ning struck with his sword. His last flower remnant sword flew high into the air. He used a sword essence from the remnant scroll of the Ju family ink garden. An enormous bell rang through the sky. Then Ding Ning used the same two attacks. The bell seemed to ring 3 times in a row in the sky. The 3 sounds were like muffled thunder, and traveled unusually far. But they were hurried and stopped immediately without any lingering sound. Care will cause chaos. If you care too much about his life, you will easily fall into the other's trap. Sun Xian said coldly as he looked expressionlessly at Ding Ning's 3 moves. To me, this is called courage. Ding Ning thought of many things and responded faintly. When the first bell rang in the sky, Li Shixing suddenly turned his head. Is he really here? Hu Jingjing and Ding Ning had never met before. She had only heard rumors about this wineshop youth. Yet when she saw Li Shixing's actions and heard the humming with sword essence, her body was filled with inexplicable excitement. Hearing the next 2 hurried chimes, she couldn't help but look at Li Shixing, who had stopped walking, and ask, "What does he mean? Beat the gong 3 times. And that means we are retreating." Li Shixing glanced at her and said, "He hopes that we will stop and wait for him. When I was studying in Changling, I read in the books that true friends can be connected and understand each other's true intentions without words. I thought it was nonsense. Now that I've seen you and him, I know it's true. But this must be true friends who do not trust the wrong person." Hu Jingjing looked at Li Shixing, who had sat down to wait for Ding Ning, and also sat down. Ding Ning and Sun Xian moved with the beast horde. Both of them had calm expressions, but Sun Xian appeared colder. Yet this did not mean that they were truly calm. While your cultivation is not high enough, for some reason, your knowledge and understanding do not seem to be obstructed. You should know that while I am strong, if Jiyu Huai was not so seriously wounded, I would not be a match for him. I would not even be a match for Tang Xin. Sun Xian's expression was still cold as he spoke. Even when he said that he was strong and not a match for others, his expression did not change. This is the difference in true strength, and has nothing to do with whether one hides their strength. If Jiyu Huai used this spirit rain to heal his wounds, there would be no chance to kill him. Of course you are not a match for Tang Xin. Even Jiyu Huai is not a match for Tang Xin, Ding Ning said calmly as he looked at the ancestral mountain ahead. After a slight pause, he continued, "There is a problem of time. This spirit rain will soon end. For cultivators like you and him, unless you are already close to that mountain, your need for this kind of spirit energy is too great. He will not be able to completely recover in time. Even if we plan for the worst, he is already in this basin like us. Do you know what this basin and mountain is?" Sun Xian was indifferent and silent. He was just shocked by this place, but he really didn't know where it came from or what kind of past it had. "I do not know either." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "Such astounding spirit energy, but outsiders do not know, and there are no records. This means that there are not many people in the world who know what is inside. Jiyu Huai cannot know." Ding Ning paused for a moment and then said, "Since he cannot know, and this place is not simple, there are still many chances to kill him. It is too risky." Sun Xian shook his head and looked coldly at him. He said, "At the start, you said that even Jiyu Huai was not a match for Tang Xin. While you were mocking him for using the Empress' power to kill Tang Xin, even more importantly, his sword can be seen by the Empress, so even if we have a chance to kill him, we will let the Empress see it when we kill him." When Sun Xian spoke of seeing, he did not mean seeing with his eyes, but Ding Ning knew what he meant. He shook his head again and said calmly, "Then when we kill him, we will find a chance to not let Zhang Xiu see." Sun Xian's brows furrowed uncontrollably. Jiyu Huai had been one of the strongest swordsmen of the Basin Kendo ground in the past. He had been called the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and had cultivated many powerful sword manuals. Even if it was him, the difference between him and Jiyu Huai was only the difference between a slightly stronger mouse and a cat. Now, Ding Ning's addition of a condition was like a mouse wanting to hang a bell on a cat's neck and then kill the cat. This was too laughable. And a madman. So, he could not help but say this. Ding Ning glanced at him and motioned for him to bring him forward faster. At the same time, he thought and said softly to himself, "The person who forced Li Shixing into this place is most likely a madman." The dense cloud of birds in the sky formed an enormous whirlpool around the mountain of ancestors. Some of the fastest beasts started to charge up the mountain path. But at this time, this enormous whirlpool and beast tide started to become inexplicably chaotic. The thick milky white clouds in the sky thinned. The rain falling from the sky became as dense as needles. Chapter 467. What will happen when the rain stops? Sun Xian slowed down and looked up with narrowed eyes at the milky white rain falling from above. He asked. "It will not start when the rain stops," Ding Ning said seriously. "So you have to be faster. Is there any use in being faster? Right now, it is a question of whether to go up the mountain. As long as you do not appear too weak, there will not be any problems for now." Both the question and the answer were profound. But the two were not ordinary people. So looking at the panicked and chaotic beasts, Sun Xian understood Ding Ning's meaning and knew that what he had worried about would not happen. A straight, glass-like wall of light appeared in front of him and Ding Ning. That was the refraction of the air and chaotic energy due to his presence forcibly breaking through. In the next moment, Ding Ning and his figure quickly turned into a moving shadow in the wall of light. The panicked and violent atmosphere spread among the beasts. A dark green lizard dozens of feet long, its dark green skin shining with gem-like light, just reached the edge of the ancestral lands and started to descend. This was a rare green scale armor lizard. Its skin was extremely soft and could naturally dissipate primal energies of the universe. The famous general of the Yu dynasty, Li Nian, had a full-body soft armor made from the skin of a green scale armor lizard. That soft armor was the famed green scale armor. However, this kind of living green dome armor lizard had long since gone extinct. No one would have thought that one would appear here. This green scale armor lizard was too heavy, its stomach almost dragging the ground. It was not suited for long-distance running. Even though it was driven mad by the spirit rain, it still fell far behind the beasts. Sensing that the spirit rain was about to dissipate, the green tortoise armor lizard suddenly became furious. With a violent roar, its long tail swept away several giant beasts behind it like a giant whip. At the same time, it spat out a mouthful of pungent yellowish-green liquid that rushed over the steep slope in front of it. All the beasts within 100 feet radius in front of it, who were sprayed with the thick yellow-green liquid, let out shrill howls. Their bodies instantly rotted and were riddled with holes, as if they were being sprayed by boiling hot lava. At the same time, a golden vulture in the sky also fell into a frenzy of rage. Its golden feathers were covered in unique primal energies of the universe. They spread like sharp golden swords. As it flew quickly, these sword-like feathers easily cut all the birds in its path to pieces. This was just the beginning. The smell of blood caused the beast tide to start a riot. The powerful exotic beasts vented all of their frustration and anger on the weaker beasts around them. It was as if in their eyes, it was precisely because these weaker beasts were fighting with them that they were unable to obtain more spiritual chi, causing the spiritual rain to dissipate. Immediately, blood bloomed like fireworks on the ground and in the sky. This was definitely a scene more tragic than a battle between thousands of soldiers and horses. It was a scene that only existed in the imagination of many stories. It was an unimaginable massacre. Sun Xian, who had entered the ancestral mountain, ignored it. From a certain point of view, the great floating water prison was a place even bloodier than this place. The presence he gave off caused all the beasts along the way to retreat. Even the occasional giant beast that could threaten him only glanced at him from a distance. This was a blatant case of the strong preying on the weak. Before the spiritual rain disappeared, the powerful beasts had already started killing the weaker beasts because the spiritual rain could replenish their stamina and heal the wounds they might have sustained while killing the weaker beasts. The blood, flying pieces of flesh, and rain grew thicker, flowing down the house-sized bones of the giant beasts on the mountain path like waterfalls. The moment he saw this enormous skeleton, Sun Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He instinctively said in a cold voice, "What is this?" "Dao Tai." Ding Ning answered simply. "The legendary beast that can consume everything." Sun Xian glanced at him. "In reality," Ding Ning also glanced at him and said, "In reality, it can consume almost everything, unless you are a cultivator stronger than Ji Yu Huai. Was there a sect like this in this place before?" Sun Xian turned his head. As he passed through the enormous skeleton flowing with blood, he seemed to murmur to himself and ask. Ding Ning said softly without thinking, "There was no such sect, but there was once a Tianliang." Sun Xian's eyebrows rose slightly. He said, "Never heard of it." Ding Ning said, "You only need to know that this was once an empire similar to the Yu dynasty." Sun Xian grew silent. A path made of countless corpses appeared in front of him and Ding Ning. Blood and pieces of flesh flowed down these corpses. The gray, white, and yellow corpses were dyed red and appeared bright. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing had stood up long ago. Hu Jingjing held her sword like an umbrella and stood next to Li Shixing. Her sword gave off a faint yellow light like a candle flame and blocked the blood falling from above. Sun Xian led Ding Ning forward quickly. Almost at the same time, Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing saw Sun Xian and Ding Ning. Sun Xian and Ding Ning also saw Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing. The friend of a madman is also a madman. When Sun Xian saw the candle-like yellow light, he thought of Hu Jingjing's identity. Thinking of the night Mo Shouqing started a massacre in Changling, and the actions of this female disciple of Treasure Light Temple, he could not help but sneer and say softly, "As expected, you came." Li Shixing's gaze was always as cold as Sun Xian's. But when he saw Ding Ning appear in front of him, even Hu Jingjing felt the lines on his face soften. He glanced at Sun Xian, frowned slightly, and then said simply to Ding Ning, "As expected, it is you." Ding Ning looked at him and said. Hu Jingjing was inexplicably moved. She knew that in such a simple conversation, there was true friendship in it. Li Shixing predicted that the other was using him to force Ding Ning to come over, and Ding Ning predicted that Li Shixing was in danger. In this wilderness, Li Shixing was Ding Ning's friend, and Ding Ning was Li Shixing's only good friend in this place. Now, there was her. Hu Jingjing's eyes were filled with joy and pride. At this time, Ding Ning nodded at her in greeting. She was slightly terrified, and her sword light scattered. Fortunately, Shun Xian's powerful presence had covered all of them. The blood rain falling from the sky was forced away and could not reach them. This is the ancestral lands of Tianliang. Have you heard of Tianliang? Li Shixing met Ding Ning's gaze and asked calmly. In a person's life, it was a very lucky thing to find someone they could live and die with. Now, he had at least two. What was there to be dissatisfied with? So while the world outside was filled with blood and corpses, he was very calm inside. Ding Ning said, I know a little, but not much. Li Shixing looked at him and told Ding Ning everything he had told Hu Jingjing about the ancestral lands of Tianliang. He even told Ding Ning about the strange beetles that Ding Ning had not seen before coming. Dao Tai, chaos insects, they were all things that the earliest cultivators killed because they were too strong in ancient times. Tianliang dared to possess such things in the past, it was as strong as the Yu dynasty back then. Ding Ning looked higher up the ancestral mountain. Even more importantly, if the legends say that the experts of Tianliang all committed suicide in the ancestral mountain, then what did they want to seal by sealing the ancestral mountain before they died? It can't be that plague. Before Li Shixing spoke, Ding Ning shook his head and continued. Being unable to cure and being unable to be destroyed are not the same thing. Especially when the Tianliang experts did not have to worry about their own safety. If they were worried that the plague could spread, they would choose to completely destroy the place and the corpses that could be infected. To be able to set up something like this to seal the mountain, and have the time to do so, it means that the last plague disappeared with the deaths of all infected people and the passage of time. Everyone knows that your comprehension is the best in the world. Li Shixing was silent for a short time and said, So they used me to force you here because there is something precious in the ancestral mountain that can help them win this war. So even more importantly, how did this person know what was inside? Ding Ning looked at him and said. Shun Xian, who had been silent like a bystander, couldn't help but flash intensely at this moment. This person is from Tianliang. Li Shixing said without hesitation, only those left behind by Tianliang can know what is inside the ancestral mountain. Hu Jingjing looked at Ding Ning and could not help but tremble. With just a few words, he had cleared up everything. She looked at Ding Ning in admiration. The contents of these words were enough to shock her. Since we know what's inside, yet we are still unable to obtain it, we can give it a try. Ding Ning looked at Li Shixing and her, and said softly and without hiding anything, not just this person from Tianliang, I also want to kill Ji Yu Huai. Chapter 468. Who is Ji Yu Huai? Hu Jingjing felt that this name was very unfamiliar, so she naturally asked. The sect master of Lingshu Sword Gate? Li Shixing had only heard of a person called Ji Yu Huai, but he was not sure. What? The sect master of Lingshu Sword Gate? Hu Jingjing shouted. Her and Li Shixing's reactions seemed laughable, but no one found it funny. Ding Ning nodded seriously. The sect master of Lingshu Sword Gate. Li Shixing glanced at Shun Xian standing next to him. Seeing Shun Xian's expressionless face, he understood and said, We can try. Are you crazy? Hu Jingjing looked at Ding Ning and Li Shixing and could not help but say. Shun Xian glanced at this round-faced young woman and thought, there was finally a normal person among these madmen. At this time, Ding Ning looked at her and said, Ji Yu Huai is the same as Mo Shouqing, he works for Zheng Xiu. Hu Jingjing stilled and said, Then let's try. Shun Xian's expression froze. He paused for a breath and urged Ding Ning. Why are we wasting time here? There is no hurry. Ding Ning turned to look at him and said, That Tianliang person wants us to clear the way for him. Ji Yu Huai is behind us, so they may encounter him first. Shun Xian looked up at the slaughter in the sky and said scornfully, Even if they encounter him, just like the strongest of these beasts, they will not fight to the death with the strongest opponent until the end. So before we solve the final secret of the ancestral lands, they will not act first, Ding Ning said calmly. This is our chance. But first, our opinions must be the same. Only then will we have a chance to succeed. Shun Xian said coldly, I think our opinions are the same. Ding Ning smiled and said, We can go. Go there. He reached out and pointed at a place on the ancestral mountain. That place was not the highest point of the mountain of ancestors, but as he pointed, even Hu Jingjing quickly saw the abnormality. The strongest demon birds in the sky seemed to have consciously avoided that area. Other than some of the dumbest birds, almost no other birds landed in that area. As a result, that area naturally formed an empty space, as if a thin beam of light had fallen from the sky. Shen Xian moved. The primal energies of the universe coming out of his body easily wrapped around Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing, forming a transparent crystal ball that slowly floated upwards. The place Ding Ning pointed at wasn't directly facing the mountain path. However, when they passed through this flat valley and walked up several dozen zhong, a valley that led diagonally to that place appeared in their line of sight. Although it was called a canyon, it was just a crack in the mountain that could only allow two people to walk side by side. Inside the crack, there was a strange light blue icy mist that emitted a truly cold aura. At this time, beasts were howling, and flesh was falling like rain. The scene was unimaginable, and the strange icy mist did not attract any special feelings. They continued forward along this valley without any surprises. But Shen Xian was unusually careful in his advance, so it took them a long time to pass through the narrow valley. What appeared in the sight of Ding Ning and the others was a ring-shaped valley. The ground was slightly sunken like a valley created by a falling meteor. The valley was filled with light blue icy mist, and looked like a lake filled with water. But for some reason, when they saw this valley, the first feeling that appeared in everyone's mind was that there were two concentric circles. Everyone, including Ding Ning, had a strange feeling that this place seemed to be the center of the ancestral lands. Ding Ning even had a strange scene in his mind. There was a powerful force bursting out here. The initial force rushed out of the circular valley, and then the enormous force seeped through the ancestral mountain and expanded outwards. The powerful shockwave had swept away all the loose sand and soil. Only the hardest mountain rocks remained, and formed a basin and many mountains that were level with the ground. In the final battle of Tianliang's self-destruction, all the other mountains had disappeared. Only this last ancestral mountain, the center of the ancestral lands, remained. In his perception, this valley contained a great power that was hidden. So he was even more certain that this place was the last secret of the ancestral lands. The light blue icy mist didn't obstruct their line of sight too much. Some stupid birds flew past in a panic. Even the wind created by their landing swept away the icy mist, allowing them to see many dilapidated stone beasts scattered in front of them. Almost all the stone beasts in their sight were not taller than an ordinary person. Most of them were only half the height of a person, and were carved in the shape of beasts of the plains. Most of these beasts were in the shape of elephants and were only made from the rocks on the mountain. After being eroded by wind and rain for many years, it was even more difficult to distinguish what kind of beasts they were. However, the rune-like carvings on their bodies were abnormally clear. Ding Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. The light in his eyes lit up like stars, and then slowly returned to normal. Before anyone could ask him, he said softly, "These are all sword manuals." Sword manuals? Hu Jingjing looked in disbelief at the lines on the beasts. She thought that there was a problem with her judgment. You say that each stone beast has a different sword manual? Some are swords, some are blades, some are other weapons. But for the true swordsman of Changling, these weapons are no different from swords. The methods to use these weapons can be called sword manuals. Ding Ning looked at the lines on the stone beasts and comprehended the different sword essences. He slowly said, "Each stone beast has a different and powerful sword manual recorded on it. Many swordsmen in Changling used blade essence or spear essence when they used swords." So Hu Jingjing did not have a hard time understanding Ding Ning's words. She almost instinctively asked, "Is it for the sword manuals here?" Xian techniques are not something that everyone can comprehend. In the various stages of the cultivation world recorded in history, there are many techniques that have their own merits and shortcomings. They cannot allow people to reach realm 7 or 8. Even the best sword manual is just a method to use one's own power and weapons. Ding Ning shook his head and indicated for Shen Xian to continue forward. How do these sword manuals compare to the sword manuals of Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Shen Xian did not refuse and started to walk slowly. But he was not as indifferent as before. His eyes lit up as he walked, and he asked Ding Ning as he walked. Not bad. Ding Ning's answer was unusually simple and crisp. Not bad meant they were at least equal. Minute Mountain Sword Sect's many sword manuals were what all cultivators in the world desired. Even that person back then did not have the chance to study them, much less Shen Xian. So when he heard these words, Shen Xian could not help but take a deep breath and try to maintain his calm. This mountain valley was very small. After walking a few hundred steps, they were close to the center of the valley. But the stone beasts on the sides disappeared, and the icy mist grew thinner. In the end, they appeared at the center of the mountain valley. What appeared in front of them caused them to inhale in unison. This was a very large hall. What formed the hall were pieces of enormous stone. The reason why it was said to be pieces and not cubes of boulders was because these boulders were like sharp blades that pierced the sky. With just a glance, everyone was certain that these sharp and straight stone shards had been smashed out by an enormous force. That huge force rushed into the mountain and instantly melted or smashed the surrounding mountain rocks into powder. Then, the terrifying force instantly squeezed the lava and stone powder that splashed up like waves into unimaginably hard mountain rocks and instantly solidified. Therefore, the top of the stone hall in their line of sight was not even level. The huge, jagged pieces of stone formed this hall, like a crown sitting on the ground. They did not know if there were gaps above these pieces of stone, or if it was an enormous patio. But there was only one entrance in the surroundings. Shen Xian led them around and only saw a square entrance. It was simple, crude, and had no decorations. There were no doors. However, there was a stone staircase that kept going downwards, bringing with it a wave of pressure and a sense of solemnity. Chapter 469. Shen Xian walked warily towards the door, and then his eyes unconsciously narrowed into a line. The oncoming air seemed to be constantly spraying out fine dust, but in fact, the air was as clean as if it had been washed, and there was nothing in it. This meant that the primal energies of the universe in this palace in the deepest part of the Tianliang ancestral lands were too unique. The invisible energy flows gave people a tangible feeling. There was clearly nothing in front of him, only pure air. However, light was strangely folded inside, making it impossible for people to see through with their eyes and senses. It was as if there was nothing inside, but also as if there was a vast new world inside. But just as he hesitated, his body shook as Ding Ning walked forward, stepped through the stone door before him, and stepped onto the first stone step. Shen Xian raised his head slightly, looked at Ding Ning's back, and silently followed in. Just as he passed the stone door, a step away, his eyes lit up with blinding light. This light was deep green, as though someone had placed countless deep green gemstones in front of him. But the gemstones were not alive, and would not sway softly. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing followed Shen Xian onto the first stone step, and then their breathing stopped. What appeared in front of them were countless swaying green grasses. The stone steps in front of them did not go down directly, but slowly went down along the surrounding stone walls. The inside of this palace was an enormous spiral-shaped hole that went straight down into the mountain. These stone steps had been carved out of the spiral-shaped tunnels in the stone walls. Deep green grasses grew on the stone walls and under the deep hole. These grasses were taller than people, but exceptionally soft. They were almost translucent like gems. They did not look like grass that grew in dry land, but water grasses that grew in clean seawater. Due to the wondrous refraction of light, above and around them, and even at the bottom of the hole, there seemed to be soft green grasses growing everywhere. They seemed to have come to an underwater world without water. So even as they walked on these steps, they did not know if this palace had a top. Because it was too mysterious, it was easy for people to feel fear. In particular, the people whose foreheads had been pierced by the wormhole were all experts who had tried to enter this place. Then in the legends, where were the corpses of the Tianliang experts who had finally killed all the infected Tianliang people, survived, and then collectively committed suicide? Were they here? Yet to their puzzlement, Ding Ning seemed to be very confident and calmly walked at the front. He walked down the spiraling stone steps, his steps growing faster, even faster than he usually walked on the streets of Changling. After going down dozens of spirals, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the top of the palace. Sun Xian immediately looked up, his gaze flashing. He seemed to understand why Ding Ning was looking up now. Li Shixing and Hu Jingjing did not understand. When Hu Jingjing faced Li Shixing, she often felt inexplicably embarrassed, but she did not feel this in front of Ding Ning. She knew that even the publicly acknowledged cultivation genius of the Qin dynasty, Jing Liuli, was learning from this wine shop youth. She naturally was not as good as Jing Liuli, so it was not a problem to appear stupid in front of this wine shop youth. So she asked softly, "What happened?" "The spirit Rain Yu and Li Shixing maid has stopped," Ding Ning answered. Hu Jingjing was taken aback. Only now did she realize that although the seaweed-like long grass was still swaying, the glimmering light at the top had already disappeared. It was only at this moment that she realized that the ripples she felt when she looked at the ceiling were the spiritual rain falling on the ceiling. Ding Ning had answered her question, but he still did not look down and continued to look at the top. A new question naturally arose in Hu Jingjing's heart. However, in the next moment, like a scorching sun sinking into the water, a dazzling golden color suddenly appeared in the transparent water-like color above. Then, this dazzling golden light quickly expanded. Then, with an ear-piercing screech that made her eardrums hurt, accompanied by wild winds, an enormous golden figure rapidly flew down like a meteor, brushing past them and stabbing downwards. This was the golden vulture that had been casually slaughtering the other birds in the sky. At this moment, its neck had been injured by some strange beast. There was a foot-long wound on its neck, and golden blood was flowing out of it. This powerful beast with powerful energy vibrations in its blood was just the beginning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The top of the palace was like a leaking balloon, and gave off many strong sounds of air currents. An indigo serpent, a white-winged serpent, and a black shadow so fast it could not be seen clearly flew down after the golden vulture. When the over 50 feet long cyan flood dragon flew past them, it paused for a moment. It was obvious that there was a biting cold killing intent permeating the air, but it only paused for a moment. This cyan flood dragon seemed to be afraid of falling behind and didn't pay any attention to them. "Should we hurry up?" Li Shixing took a deep breath, looked at the wildly swaying long green grass, and asked Ding Ning. "No need." Ding Ning shook his head. Then he looked again at the wildly swaying long grass around him and said, "Do not touch these grasses, they are poisonous." "Why didn't you warn us earlier?" Sun Xian looked at the side of his face and said in a cold voice. Ding Ning continued to walk down the stone steps. "At the same time," he said, "because they were not poisonous at the start. You should have heard of the mimosa, these long grasses are similar. Under certain conditions, they change internally." Sun Xian did not look surprised at all. His previous words seemed to be purely probing. "Why do you have such strong senses?" Ding Ning did not hesitate and said crisply, "Because of the heaven-replenishing divine art." Sun Xian was silent for a moment and said, "If I bring the heaven-replenishing divine art to Jing Xiu, and tell her about you, can you still use the explanation of the heaven-replenishing divine art?" Ding Ning did not turn to look at him and smiled. "That is a matter for the future, and you should have made your choice." After a pause, Ding Ning turned to look at Sun Xian, who had sunk back into silence. He said seriously and sincerely, "In my view, the more mysterious and powerful I am like this ancestral land, the more incredible it seems, the more confident you will be in making such a choice. Because our relationship will always be one of cooperation, and not one of master and servant. If everything goes smoothly, I will definitely give you what you want." Sun Xian listened to Ding Ning's words until a cold and self-deprecating smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then he said, "Do you know what I really want? Then how about I say it, and you listen?" Ding Ning laughed. Sun Xian unconsciously paused in his steps. He wanted to hear what Ding Ning would say. But at this time, the water grasses in the air around them shattered like the calm water surface being shattered. With a shrill cry that made one's scalp tingle, the first golden vulture that flew in rushed out and fled with all its might. There were 5 or 6 holes in its body, and more than half of its golden feathers had fallen off. It looked worse than the chickens being slaughtered in Changling. After the golden vulture was the fastest black shadow, and the white-winged serpent. It was impossible to see what the fastest black shadow was, but when it flew by, the air was filled with black lines of blood. The back half of the white-winged serpent had disappeared. Some of its broken organs were flowing out with blood. Even if it could fly out, it feared it could not survive after losing the spirit rain with such serious wounds. The chaotic air once again shook violently. The roar of the indigo serpent seemed to sound from the depths, but it quickly disappeared and the serpent did not come up. Chapter 470. Ding Ning listened to the roars of the indigo serpent and glanced at the black lines of blood in the air. He made a soft sound of acknowledgement. So it is dragon bats. Then he continued to walk. Young girls were always the most curious animals in the world. Nangong Tsaishu was the same, Hu Jingjing was the same, and even Jing Liuli was the same. Seeing Ding Ning act as though nothing had happened, Hu Jingjing could not help but ask, "What are dragon bats?" An exceptionally powerful bloodthirsty bat. Because they are so strong, they were thought to have the true bloodline of the dragon race a long time ago. Knowing that she would not understand if he explained like this, Ding Ning added, "Everything that was called a dragon a long time ago had great physical strength and powerful healing abilities. While these dragon bats are only 2 feet long, even if they cannot use primal energies of the universe, their physical strength is terrifying. At least, they will not be weaker than the wind serpent just now. If they fought normally, just now, the other beasts would not be a match for them. Right now, the Yang dynasty has a divine weapon called the Black Fiend that is made from celestial metal and the blood of these beasts. This is the imperial weapon of the Yang Emperor." Li Shixing took a deep breath. He could not help but feel cold. This is the life bond weapon of the Yang Emperor right now? Hu Jingjing found this increasingly unreal. She could not help but look at Ding Ning. "Are you really not afraid at all?" Ding Ning glanced at her and asked in return, "Are you afraid right now?" Hu Jingjing stilled. She found that she did not seem to be afraid right now. Ding Ning could not help but smile. But Hu Jingjing still felt something was wrong. She thought and looked at Ding Ning. "I am not afraid right now, but because you are very calm, your emotions are affecting me. No matter how strong these beasts are, they are at most Realm 7 cultivators. Since the Mountain of Ancestors has been sealed for so many years, then no matter what is inside, it will be stronger than these beasts. Since we know that this is the result of these exotic beasts going down, what's there to be afraid of?" Hearing Ding Ning's explanation, Hu Jingjing fell silent for a moment before saying, "Those exotic beasts are definitely stronger than all of us combined. If they can't handle it, can we? All sword manuals emphasize sword essence the most. If you can't even understand the true meaning of that sword move, then the world will naturally not be able to understand the meaning of your sword move. Naturally, you will not be able to use the most vivid Yuan Qi." Ding Ning patiently said a seemingly unrelated sentence and then said, "So some sword moves have flaws from the start. For example, the situation set up by Tianliang who used Li Shixing to force me to come here seems to be perfect, but from the start, there are flaws. His trap let me know that he was from Tianliang, and that he had forced me to come here to help him clear out some obstacles. To him, I was just a comprehension ability that was hard to match. So he must know what is inside. What we will face will be something that can only be solved through comprehension, and will not be killed by anything." Li Shixing listened carefully. He understood what Ding Ning meant. From the start, Ding Ning felt that there were flaws in this situation, and there was a chance to turn defeat into victory. But he still frowned and said, "What about the insects on the mountain path? If not for the spirit rain, I fear that after we died there, you would not have been able to deal with it." "There are many possibilities." Ding Ning said, "Maybe that place is not the only way to enter the ancestral mountain. Maybe if you really died there, we could sense the danger. Maybe that person knows a way to deal with the chaos insects, and can guarantee that I can pass." Li Shixing nodded. He agreed with Ding Ning's thoughts. While these powerful beasts were attracted by the spirit rain, since they could enter from the top, they did not dare to come here before. But now, they dare to charge down. This means that the inside has changed due to the disappearance of the fountain of youth. At least, in their view, there is a chance of success. Ding Ning said, also, the things inside are very tempting to them. Hearing Ding Ning's words, Shen Xian's eyes narrowed again. These powerful beasts that could rival Realm 7 were many times rarer than Realm 7 cultivators in the world. In terms of sensing fortune and disaster, and the vibrations of primal energies of the universe, these beasts had unique senses. What was it that could make these beasts risk their lives? Just like in Changling, if even Realm 7 cultivators had to gamble their lives for something, how astounding would it be? Bam! The white-winged serpent, its tail completely torn off, charged out of the hall like a white rainbow. Then it landed like a meteor with an enormous boom. As the dust settled, Wu Lianzi and the great shaman appeared in front of the hall. There were many legends about the ancestral lands among the royal families of the plains. Many Tianliang people had become gods in the stories. So when Wu Lianzi saw the ancestral hall with his own eyes, he was more shocked than Li Shixing and the others. At this moment, he was standing at the only entrance to the palace. Looking at the stone steps and the mysterious rays of light inside, his body was still trembling. The great shaman's expression was unspeakably complicated, containing indescribable feelings. His eyes were especially lonely and ancient, like the light of the setting sun in the desert. You are too lucky. His gaze landed on the stone steps behind the hall door. He looked like he was about to move, but at this time, he suddenly stopped and said coldly, "Great shaman." Wu Lianzi stilled. He turned to look at the man, unable to understand the meaning of his words. The great shaman turned around at this time. In the smoke and dust behind him, there seemed to be nothing in the void. However, a figure that did not emit any aura but gave off an incomparably huge and powerful aura gradually revealed itself. Wu Lianzi was shocked, the blood quickly fading from his face. He was certain that the other was not a cultivator from Wuji, or even Donghu. Also, among all the Wuji and Donghu cultivators, there did not seem to be anyone with such a powerful presence. This powerful aura made him think of the incomparably huge sword, and he instantly thought of the man's identity. Jean Moque, I do not understand what you mean. This man was naturally the sect master of Lingshu Swordgate, Jiyu Huai. At this time, he looked sarcastically at the great shaman, as though he had seen through the great shaman's mind and spoke slowly. I did not know how much I had to do to enter here, and how much I had to pay. You casually entered here, this is naturally the greatest fortune, the great shaman said indifferently. The great witch said indifferently, no longer looking at Jiyu Huai. He just turned around and began to walk. Great shaman. Looking at Jiyu Huai's silent smile, Wu Lianzi sensed something, and his body started to turn cold. You still do not understand? Jiyu Huai passed by him and looked at him with slight disdain. If you do not want to die immediately, then follow. Wu Lianzi pressed his lips together. His body had trembled in awe and excitement, but now, he was trembling in anger. He had not thought that the great shaman that all of Wuji respected had a secret agreement with these Qin people that he did not know of. The spiraling stone steps gradually came to an end. The green of the grass around them faded, and then a deep red appeared, like they had entered a maple forest in late autumn. Yet this red grew, and when it reached the end, it strangely turned purple. The bottom of the hall was not as deep as everyone had thought, and was not even as vast as the top. When the strange purple became real, the first thing that entered their eyes was a very tall tree with an unruly aura. The bottom of the hall was like an ordinary valley bottom, or rather, like the bottom of an enormous well, hundreds of feet wide. There were no other plants on the flat ground except for a tree that was several hundred feet tall and emitted a purple jade-like radiance. The indigo serpent was hanging among the branches of this tree, its body pierced by many branches, and was lifeless. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.